Chapter 1231. It smells King good. Not only does this child have an extraordinary cultivation base, he's also eaten plenty of heaven and earth treasures. It's like a fruit of life, a herb huandan pill, and a pile of immortal meat. The man in white from before sniffed vigorously, a helpless expression on his face. It's a pity that this old man is only good at talking. I've never tasted human flesh before. His expression was dejected, as if he regretted not being able to eat Yun-Yang alive and swallow him into his stomach. It's a human? Another white-robed old man said in surprise. Nonsense. If the demons were roasted like this, they would have shown their true colors long ago. This child is quite something. It's already impressive that he could climb so high. Even this old man can't reach that height. What's more, this old man still hasn't figured out how he got there. The man in white from before rolled his eyes and said angrily, "What the F***ck are you talking about? This is strange, that's strange. Is this the main point now? Why don't you King put this child in while he's still breathing? Save him first and ask. If he's a spy, kill him directly. If he's a good person, save his life and form a good relationship with him. Of course, the more the better." The elder chuckled, unable to contain his joy. Usually, people like this carry plenty of food and drinks. It's a pity that this old man hasn't tasted the delicacies of the human world for more than 1,000 years. Yun-Yang took it and walked in quickly. It turned out that there was a huge cave behind the two men. If the demons come during this period of time, you'll hold them off. With a few words, he disappeared without a trace. Not long after the elder who brought Yun-Yang into the cave, a whistling sound came from the opposite side. A golden silhouette dashed up like a meteor, his voice sonorous. "Let me pass. This is not the way." The elder in white who was left behind said coldly, "Please go back." The sonorous voice replied, "Whether it's the way or not, it's not up to you. We'll have to fight before we can decide." The wind whistled as the newcomer rushed forward and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the old guard. Yun-Yang was feeling very strange now. He felt like he was being cooked, exuding an incomparably seductive scent. This feeling was extremely pleasurable. Driven by his instincts, Yun-Yang almost wanted to take a few bites of himself. It was too fragrant, too tempting, and hard to resist. Fortunately, he had maintained a sliver of clarity in his mind. He had been struck by the lightning in the sky, fallen to the ground, and had been caught by someone. Even the conversation between the two elders, everything that had transpired from start to finish, Yun-Yang had heard and understood everything clearly. But there was nothing he could do. In spite of this, Yun-Yang could no longer be bothered to think about his own condition. There was only shock and confusion in his heart. What kind of lightning was this? How could he be so domineering? When he was in the Tianxian continent, he had even faced the heavenly tribulation. Although it was a little difficult, it was far from his limit. But now, he was cooked by a lightning bolt that was only as thick as a finger. This reality, this result, was simply horrifying to think about, shocking to the point of death. If he had not been caught by the elder, he would definitely have turned into a skeleton when he landed, although there was still a chance of survival. It was said that the physical body was a treasured raft to cross the world, but it was common for a martial artist's physical body to be damaged. It was not rare for a broken limb to be reattached and regenerated. With Yun-Yang's current cultivation base, it would only take a certain amount of time to reconstruct his body. In spite of this, Yun-Yang treasured his physical body more than anyone else. This body carried too many of his experiences and memories. If it was not necessary, Yun-Yang would never give it up. What was more, the reconstructed body would no longer have the immeasurable foundation that it had accumulated in the past. Countless treasures of heaven and earth and the essence of countless mystical beasts would all be gone. No one would be able to accept such an outcome. With what was left of his senses, Yun-yang felt his body being carried into a cave and placed gently on the ground. There were other spiritual vibrations in the cave, there should be other people. However, Yun-yang could not even turn his head, so he could only sense slightly. What he could get was limited. At this time, a voice could be heard saying, "Old Wu, what smells so good? Cut it up and give it to me quickly. Good things should be shared with everyone. We've gotten the good taste, and we owe you a favor." The one who was carrying him was obviously Old Wu. He laughed and said, "The good taste you speak of comes from a living person. Are you sure you want to eat it? If you insist on your original intention, there's no need to share. You can enjoy it alone. I'm happy to see that happen." The person who asked retched and said, "Can a living person smell so F***king good? F***ck. F***king hell." He did not speak again after his complaint. The others, however, did not seem to be interested in what was going on. They did not even bother to smile. Second Bro Wu did not mind it at all. He pulled Yun-yang to one side and flipped him over and over. Just as he did so, the rotten flesh on Yun-yang's body fell off, trembling, and the rich fragrance in the room grew even more intense. Old Wu clicked his tongue. "This fellow is really lucky. Look at this meat, smell this. I really F***king want to take a bite. It's really cooked, it's cooked, it only needs some salt and cumin to be eaten. What a F***king pity." Yun-yang rolled his eyes inwardly. He was rolling his eyes inwardly. Although Yun-yang's brain was not fully cooked, he did not even have the strength to roll his eyelids. He could only roll his eyes inwardly if he wanted to. Then, Yun-yang was inexplicably shocked. He could feel Old Wu's hands still moving up and down his body. Wherever his hands passed, there seemed to be a layer of something on his body. Then, he caught a faint whiff of a unique aroma that was different from the aroma of meat. He could not help being shocked. Is this fellow really going to eat me up? Then, he felt a cold liquid being poured into his mouth. It quickly turned into a line of ice and slid down his throat. Instantly, his entire body felt lighter, indescribably comfortable and carefree. Then, a force rose from his dantian and spread outwards rapidly. Wherever it went, his entire body felt terribly numb and itchy. Emmy had also used this opportunity to sneakily send out a stream of vitality to join the force. What water is this? It actually has the effect of regenerating the body. Yun-yang was an expert in healing. How could he not know that his current situation was developing in a favorable direction? The numb and itchy feeling that flowed all over his body was a sign of his limbs regaining vitality. The elder was obviously healing him, and the healing item he used was a sacred medicine of the field of injury, an extraordinary and divine item. After a while, another inexplicable force surged into Yun-yang's body. The shadow of the celestial luck banner was directly triggered by this force and appeared above Yun-yang's head. Old Wu was mumbling to himself, this child is actually a disciple of a sect with a celestial luck banner. Why is it only a middle-class sect? And what kind of sect is the residence of 9 Supremes? I don't seem to have heard of this name. He muttered to himself. There were many people around him, but no one answered him. That shouldn't be the case. This fellow is so young, he can't be more than 30 years old. How could he have the cultivation of a saint venerable? But how could a sect with such a powerful disciple be limited to a middle-rank sect? What's even more strange is that I've never heard of the sect he comes from. Could it be that I've been away from the world for a long time, and my cultivation base has advanced so quickly that even a supreme saint cultivator has become worthless? Then, he cried out, No, how can this boy recover so quickly? Although the living water contains vitality and is a sacred medicine of healing, it shouldn't have such a strong effect, right? Someone next to him said impatiently, Old Wu, change your damn talkative habit. Why are you yelling? If you speak again, I'll smash your mouth. A few people next to him responded at the same time, very well. It was difficult for two fists to fight against so many hands. Old Wu was outnumbered, so he shut his mouth obediently and dared not say another word. However, the surprise and astonishment in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Was the vitality of this little fellow in his hand a little too tenacious? He estimated that the effect of a bottle of living water would probably be able to regenerate half of this fellow's body and escape the danger of death. However, that was the most it could do, because he still had to ask a few questions before deciding whether to completely cure him. But now, looking at the speed of his recovery, it seemed that one bottle was actually enough for him to completely recover. How strange. I, Old Wu, have been here for so many years and have always thought that I know the effect of the living water like the back of my hand. How could there be such a change? The situation seems to have gone out of my control. Based on the current situation, this boy would probably not even need a day to recover to his original state. Then, there were still more surprises. The facts proved that Old Wu's judgment today was destined to be wrong again and again. After a total of only 4 hours, Old Wu saw the young man on the ground blink his eyes, and then he opened his eyes, a pair of eyeballs rolling endlessly. Much of the rotten flesh on his body had become dry and cracked, like the land that had been dry for more than 10 years. Some parts had even rolled up, looking extremely menacing and frightening. However, this state was a good thing for an injured person like Yun Yang, because under the dry and cracked skin was pink and tender flesh, tender and full of elasticity. It was obvious that his bodily functions were almost fully recovered. Old Wu was dumbfounded, speechless for a moment. I've never seen such a quick, instant death from the Empyrean Golden Thunder. It's like it's specially here to change this boy's skin. Is it because his previous appearance is not good enough? Old Wu mumbled to himself. It was not that he was making a fuss, but what he saw was too difficult to explain. Up until now, there were no problems with the boy's bones, meridians, and internal organs. Even the burnt layer of skin had been replaced with new ones. Your father has guarded the Crimson Soul Mountain for so many years, and I've seen so many demons struck by the Golden Thunder. Which one of them did not perish and perish? In the end, this boy only suffered some damage. Even with this old man's help and spiritual medicine, this shouldn't be the case. While second brother Wu was still in a daze, he saw the kid on the ground move a little. He saw the kid use some force and sit up. Then, the dried skin and flesh on his body began to fall off like mud. Under Old Wu's dumbfounded gaze, the person in front of him stood up unscathed, like a snake shedding its skin. It was just that he was naked from head to toe, which was rather eye-catching. Old Wu could not help glancing at his crotch in shame and sighed inwardly, feeling rather ashamed of himself. He really wanted to exchange his 7,000 years of guarding the Crimson Soul Mountain for this. When he lifted his head again, he saw that the boy was already wearing a purple robe. He could wear it from the inside out. Coupled with the hair that had just grown out, although it was not completely recovered, it was at least 70 to 80% of his normal state. Chapter 1232. Second brother Wu focused his eyes on the other party's face again. It was perfect and flawless, so exquisite that it was as if she had walked out of a painting. It was just a simple stand, and it was clearly a little hurried and even a little awkward, but a series of praises naturally filled second brother Wu's mind. What was it about being handsome, with muscles of ice and bones of jade, graceful and composed, an immortal? Wuol heir could not help but curse inwardly. He's so rich, but he still looks so. Is this fellow really here to use the golden lightning for plastic surgery? F***ck, it must be. At this moment, Wuol heir even thought that he should not have saved this man's public enemy. I didn't expect the Blood Soul Mountain's flight ban to be so terrifying. Yun Yang said with a respectful smile, "Thank you, senior, for saving me and bestowing me with the rare spiritual medicine. This humble one is grateful for senior's kindness." Wuol heir snorted and said with disdain, "Humph, you still speak so nicely." Yunyang could not make heads or tails of the situation. The man in front of him didn't seem to be angry at all. Instead, he seemed to be jealous. This. What did he mean by jealous? It was only the first time they had met, and he had just escaped from a disaster. His pathetic state was in front of the man's eyes. What was there to be jealous about? What kind of explanation was this? Wuol heir narrowed his eyes and asked in a daze, "Young fellow, what's your name?" "This junior is Yunyang." "The wind rises Yunyang, that Yunyang." "Your father knows how to read, do I need you to interpret it word by word?" Yunyang instinctively rolled his eyes. He could finally put this action into action again. How comforting. "Where did you come from, young fellow? What's your background, what's your background? Tell me everything, especially what are you here for? All of you had better be honest and explain everything clearly to me. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being merciless. This old man can save you, young fellow, and I can also destroy you with a flip of my hand." Wuol heir's voice was stern and his expression was extremely ferocious, looking like he would attack if there was any disagreement. "This junior's trip is..." Yunyang's eyes darted around. "Of course, I'm here to join the war. I plan to slay the demons and contribute to the human race." From the corner of his eyes, he could see that there were many people here. Some were dressed in white, some in blue, and some in black. Obviously, there were too many heads and too many identities. How could Yunyang dare to reveal his true intentions? *T about your 18 consecutive turns. Second brother Wu cursed loudly, "It's just a bolt of golden lightning that turned you into a roasted chicken in human form, and you still dare to go and kill the demons? Why didn't the strong wind above the ninth heaven cut your tongue? Boy, apart from your slightly outstanding appearance, don't you have any other good points?" Yunyang smiled sheepishly and replied telepathically, "This junior has his reasons for coming here. Otherwise, why would I act so rashly and cross the chasm against God's might? However, there are too many people here, this junior dares not speak." As he spoke, Yunyang had already come up with 2 reasons in his mind. Together with the real reason, there were a total of 3, each of them was convincing and could not even be considered fake. However, the real reason was something that he would not say if he could avoid it. Even if the other party was the one who had saved him, even if the other party looked like a man of justice, it was still the case. Yunyang was determined not to admit that this man's attitude towards him was inexplicably bad, and he was still a little upset. How could he tell the truth and tell the truth? Second brother Wu's expression softened a little as he said, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." After a pause, he asked, "Are you from the Celestial Luck Banner?" "Yes." "The residence of 9 Supremes? What sect is that? Why have I never heard of such a sect in this world?" "This is, boy, you're actually the leader of the residence of 9 Supremes?" "Yes, and the founder?" "Yes." No wonder. By the way, how long has this residence of 9 Supremes been established? Has it been 20 years? No, I've seen your body just now and touched it with my own hands. You're definitely less than 30 years old. Becoming a Supreme Saint before the age of 30. Is the level of Supreme Saint so worthless now? When did you establish the residence of 9 Supremes? The residence of 9 Supremes was just established, less than 5 years ago. This makes sense. *CK, this is still not right. How can a sect established less than 5 years ago be a middle-class Celestial Luck Banner sect? Damn, it's only at the bottom of the middle class, which means it's the last place. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. The last place? That's not worth mentioning. Wait, the last place? Even if it's the last place, it's still in the middle class, that's still not right. Are all middle-class celestial luck banners so powerful now? Every sect with a middle-grade celestial luck banner is very strong. Second Brother Wu's face showed a look of relief as he comforted, it's probably because the hard work we've put in guarding Bloody Soul Mountain for so many years has not been in vain. The stronger the lower sects are, does it mean that the higher sects will only be stronger? Even the bottom of the middle-class celestial luck banner has someone who has ascended to the level of Supreme Saint, so the bottom of the upper-class celestial luck banner must have at least 10 Supreme Saints. Ha ha ha. Senior is right, said Yun Yang. Our path of cultivation is tireless, courageous, and diligent. Apart from advancing toward the Great Tao, it's also to protect this world. This junior has boldly come to Bloody Soul Mountain this time with the intention of seeing how terrifying the demon race is, so that I can make early preparations. He said seriously, Seniors, you have worked hard for so many years and guarded the Blood Soul Mountain. It is true that you have created peace for the rear, but it is also because of this that the middle and low-level sects in the rear rarely have the chance to fight with the demon beasts. It is even more impossible to know yourself and the enemy, and to be prepared for battle. At least in this junior's opinion, this situation is very disadvantageous for the future ultimate battle between humans and demons. The starting point of the seniors is naturally understandable. They have also fought for countless years of peace and happiness for the human world. They have protected the lives of the low-level warriors so that they will not come to this battlefield to die in vain. They hope that we will have enough time to cultivate to a certain level and have enough power to protect ourselves before coming to the Blood Soul Mountain to fight the demon clan. However, this painstaking effort has also resulted in another result. That is, the younger generation only has the ability to talk on paper, but not the ability to fight head-on. In the long run, as time passes, it is inevitable that they will lose their courage. What's more, as the peaceful time goes on, the heroes gradually become legends, and the people no longer have respect for them. Not only do they fail to live up to the painstaking efforts of seniors, they're also prone to ease and hate work, losing the will to fight. When Yun Yang said these words, they were spoken with extreme sincerity and came from the bottom of his heart. Second Brother Wu was dumbfounded. Chapter 1233. It was unknown when the others who were cultivating in the cave had opened their eyes as well, listening to Yun Yang's words with rapt attention. For a moment, the cave was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Outside, the sounds of battle continued to come in. It was obvious that the battle was still intense. At this time, an elder in a black robe heaved a long sigh and said, "Young friend, what you said makes a lot of sense. Not to mention demonic beasts and Xian beasts, even for ordinary eagles, when their chicks hatch, the adult eagles will personally go out to catch food and feed the chicks one mouthful at a time with overflowing love, no different from humans. They painstakingly nurture the chicks until they are fully fledged, but when the chicks learn to fly, they will throw them off the cliff directly, gambling with their lives. Those who learn to fly live, but those who can't, die. A nest of dozens of chicks usually only survives in the end. As for the other chicks, they all fall off the cliff and die a horrible death. We're not eagles, we don't know if the adult eagles feel grief, but the love of licking their chicks back then is enough to prove that eagles are not emotionless creatures. Everything is based on survival. If they're soft-hearted, none of the chicks will survive. Even birds are capable of risking their lives for the sake of survival. What we've done just happens to have neglected this crucial point. We've really protected the world's warriors too well. If a warrior doesn't go through cruel killings, doesn't go through the law of the jungle, and doesn't go through the hardships of the martial world, how can he take our place in the future? How can he shoulder the heavy burden of protecting humanity? The 7 to 8 people in the cave sighed at the same time, their faces full of sorrow. The people present were all extremely intelligent, even fools would not be able to cultivate to such a high level. Yun Yang was only halfway through his speech, but everyone had already understood the meaning behind his words. Drawing inferences from one instance was not a big deal, it was what it should be. Young friend's insight is truly thought-provoking. The elder in black stood up and looked at Yun Yang, saying, "This old man is Zhu Ziyun. Greetings." An elder in black who stood beside him smiled and said, "This old man is Shan. Brother Zhu, Yan Jin Ke, and I are all from the northern wilderness demonic palace." Yun Yang was shocked. Northern wasteland demonic palace. He thought that the people here were all from the eastern celestial palace. The three people in blue smiled. "This old man is Fan Yunbang, these are my sworn brothers Su Yunshui and Yuan Shijun, we are all from the western heaven holy palace." The man in the middle smiled and said, "The one who brought you in is called second brother Wu. The one over there dressed in white who hasn't spoken a word all this time is his blood brother, big brother Wu. And the one fighting outside is called Hibuyu. The three of them are all from the eastern celestial palace. They are from the same hometown as you." With just a few words, he had already briefly introduced everyone's background. Yun Yang looked at the 8 people in the cave. Including the one outside, there were a total of 9 people. He would never have thought that these 9 people would come from 3 different places. Furthermore, they were the 3 great heavenly palaces that stood at the pinnacle of the world. East Pole Heavenly Palace, West Heaven Holy Palace, North Wasteland Demonic Palace. Speaking of the people from the 3 heavenly palaces, he had long heard of them, but in fact, he had never seen any of them. Unexpectedly, today, he had met people from the 3 heavenly palaces at the same time. Moreover, each of them was an elite figure, a pinnacle cultivator in the world. This junior is Yun Yang, no need for introductions. Everyone heard what you said just now. You are Yun Yang, the leader of the middle-class sect, the residence of 9 supremes, and also the founder. You belong to the Sacred Heart Palace of the Eastern Celestial Palace, right? A young hero, Zhu Ziyun laughed and said, "Young friend, your cultivation base is higher than others at such a young age. You have already reached the level of a supreme saint." This old man is amazed. In terms of age, Leader Yun is the youngest supreme saint cultivator I have ever seen. Senior is too kind. Sigh, this old man is just speaking his mind. How can you say I'm too kind? Shan said, looking at young friend's face, bones, muscles, and meridians, not only are you not old enough, I'm afraid you are not more than 25 years old. Yun Yang was shocked and said, Senior's eyes are like a torch. This junior has been in the martial world for so many years, but this is the first time someone can see through my real age. Yun Yang's flattery was just right. Shan stroked his beard and said happily, this old man has never been wrong in judging people for so many years. Boss Wu snorted and said, how long have you King reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of Supreme Saint? Those who are a level lower in cultivation base stand in front of you, and you can see through their past and present lives with just one look. Now you have seen through their age and you are still proud of yourself. How shameless. Shan was furious. Boss Wu, do you 2 brothers want to fight? Second brother Wu was extremely depressed. I say, old Shi, I haven't said anything. If you want to fight with him, just fight. Why drag me into this? Yun Yang looked at second brother Wu and boss Wu and scratched his head, his eyes filled with doubt. Shan guffawed, blowing his beard until it was straight. There's no need to ask, these 2 brothers are called by that name. There are no other titles. Back then, their parents had many children and they were illiterate, so they were named according to their age. The eldest was called Boss Wu, followed by second brother Wu, third brother Wu. Their whole family is full of people with long lives and extraordinary cultivation base. Oh, right, their parents gave them a little brother a few days ago, his main name is Wuxichi. He's strong and healthy, like an old steed in the stable, an old clam giving birth to a pearl, Boss Wu and second brother Wu glared at Shi Qingshan, gritting their teeth with reddened faces. Shi Qingshan, can you King keep your mouth shut? Even with Yun Yang's shrewdness, he almost laughed out loud. So that was it. Looking at Boss Wu and second brother Wu, then thinking about the entire Wu family in the Eastern Celestial Palace, especially Wu Shiqi, he could not help but be speechless. This fellow's parents were really fertile, 17 children, and the youngest brother was actually born a few years ago. How impressive, how impressive! Shi Qingshan could not stop laughing, his eyes hidden from view. Boss Wu, second brother, all the way up to 17, they're just boys in their family. If the girls are included, before he could finish his words, Boss Wu and second brother Wu had already pounced on him with a roar. Their first move was a murderous one, not holding back at all. The corners of Yun Yang's lips twitched. Alright, I've underestimated them. My knowledge and experience are too shallow, limiting my imagination. After a bout of fooling around, peace was finally restored. The 8 elders were looking at Yun Yang eagerly. There was no other reason but that the 8 of them had been stationed here for many, many years. Having never left the mountain for too long, they were looking forward to something in the world. Now that someone like Yun Yang had finally arrived, how could they not be looking forward to it? Second brother Wu had already set up a big table, but the table was empty. Yun Yang was rather puzzled. What are they doing? Are they going to entertain me? Chapter 1234. Wu Laoer had given a miracle healing medicine like the water of vitality to a stranger. His generosity could not be described with just the word great. The gift they had given him must be extraordinary as well. However, there was nothing on it. What did that mean? Cough, cough. Seeing that Yun Yang had not moved for a long time, the group grew impatient. After a while, Fan Yunbang coughed dryly, his expression unchanged as he said with a smile, "Young friend, it's your first time here from the mainland. I wonder if you've brought any tea or wine from the mainland? It would be even better if there were teapots and teacups. Vegetables, meat, eggs, rice, and grains are all good. Anything that's from the mainland is good, all good." Yun Yang was stunned by this group of people's unusual request, at a loss for a moment. What was wrong with these people? Even if they were limited by their environment and lacked resources, with their cultivation base, they could easily make a teapot or teacup out of thin air with their spiritual qi. As for vegetables and other fruits and vegetables, they lacked them, but with these people's speed, it would only take them a day or 2 at most to make a round trip. It would be even easier if they could get the ingredients nearby. Why were they so hungry? When he had first met Dong Qitian, Old Man Dong had been so miserable when he was trapped. It was easy enough for him to make some flying birds or something to reap some benefits. Even if these people were not as good as Old Man Dong, they should not be too far off. Why did they look like they had never seen anything good before? It was baffling. The miracle healing medicine that Wu Laoer had given him was enough to exchange for resources that these people would never be able to finish in their entire lives. As if noticing Yun Yang's confusion, Su Yunxue smiled wryly and said, "Young friend, you might not know this, but we seem to be carefree and do as we please, but ever since we came to this realm, it's as if we've been shackled, unable to be tainted by the mundane world. The 9 stars-aligned formation on this mountain requires the 9 of us to work together to form an indestructible formation against the demon race. Once any one of us is missing, the formation will be broken. The demon clan has been paying attention to us at all times, waiting for the day when we are short of people. When that day comes, they will be able to sense it immediately and attack us with all their strength. They won't give us any chance to make up for it. Ever since we came up, we didn't dare to take even half a step away. We didn't dare to slack off for even a moment. The desire for good food is just a trivial matter. If we implicate the lives of our brothers because of this, or even bring disaster to the common people of the world, then even if we are smashed to pieces, we will not be able to absolve ourselves from the blame. An indescribable loneliness flashed across Su Yunshui's thin face. He said lightly, "After so many years, the things that we brought over in the past have been eaten up. The tea leaves have been cut off for who knows how many years. With our cultivation base, it's fine even if we don't eat or drink. It's just that after not eating or drinking for so many years, we actually have a subtle feeling that we're no longer human. That feeling is really awkward." On the other side, Boss Wu chuckled bitterly as well. As for the mimicry of spiritual qi, it's just a side effect of a higher cultivation base. It's not about the mundane world. We only want the mundane world, nothing else. Yun Yang was shaken as he murmured, "I see. This junior understands now." In his heart, there were two sentences echoing. The desire for good food is just a trivial matter. If we implicate the lives of our brothers because of this, or even bring disaster to the common people of the world, then even if we are smashed to pieces, we will not be able to absolve ourselves from the blame. It's not about the mundane world. What we want is only worldly possessions, and nothing else. He could not help but feel respect for them. What a group of respectable people they were. "Yes, I have all of them here." Yun Yang waved his hand and hundreds of pots of wine appeared on the ground. This was all that the god of wine, Feng Xiang'e, had in stock. Yun Yang only had these with him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he did not keep a single pot for himself and took them all out. Seeing the fine wine in front of them, the crowd cheered for a long time. Then, Yun Yang took out bags of tea leaves. These tea leaves were of different types, adding up to dozens of caddies, all that he had in stock. Tea leaves could not be compared to fine wine. Yun Yang did not bring a lot with him, only bringing some with him out of habit for emergencies. These tea leaves were the premium teas given by the General Commerce League when they were in contact. They were the best of the time, none of them ordinary. However, Yun Yang was fond of wine but not tea. He had almost never used them, but he did not expect to use them here. Since there were rare fine wine and premium teas, the matching wine and tea set was naturally provided as well. These alone filled up more than half of the space in the cave. However, it was a little difficult to request more. Fruits and vegetables were the most common and easily obtainable items in the mortal world, but here, they were the rarest. Although Emmy could hasten the growth of all spiritual plants, it still needed seeds. Yun Yang did not lack any seeds or sprouts of any spiritual plants, but he did not have any seeds of ordinary fruits and vegetables. He really did not have any. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice, and Emmy could not nurture a plant without seeds. Little friend, there's no need to feel troubled. Now that we have tea and wine, we're already satisfied. The few old men all had faces full of joy and joy. The dishes that go with the wine are easy to discuss on our side. Wu Lao rushed out and searched the mountain wall for a while. Then, he returned with a few snow lotuses and ginsengs. It's better than nothing to go with the wine. There's more or less the taste of the leaves. Yun Yang patted his head and said, "If this can be made do, I have quite a lot here." As he spoke, he had already spoken to Emmy. A certain someone had grabbed 70 to 80 stalks from the space. There were plentiful cinnabar fruits, huge sealworts, and various fragrant flowers and fruits of various colors. All of them were rare treasures of heaven and earth, aged spiritual plants and fruits. The elders who witnessed the scene widened their eyes in shock. This child's spatial ring was huge, and, young friend, is your spatial ring a grotto treasure? It can actually maintain the vitality of spiritual plants? Fan Yunbang asked curiously. How rare is a grotto treasure? I don't have that kind of luck. These are just the ones I passed by Tian Fa on my way here. Yun Yang smiled. I see. The elders did not doubt Yun Yang's words at all. They knew about the existence of Tianfa Holy Land even if others did not. Yun Yang's cultivation base was enough for him to come and go as he pleased in the outskirts of the land of Tianfa. It was not surprising that he could collect these spiritual plants and fruits. How rare! Su Yunshui's eyes shone. Today is the most sumptuous meal I've had in these thousands of years. Chapter 1235. Everyone worked together. One person waved his hand, and the spiritual qi in the air immediately condensed into spiritual liquid, which washed all the heavenly treasures, spiritual plants, and spiritual fruits. They also washed all the pots and pans, and then Xiaofan began to show off his skills. Squeeze this fruit and use its juice. Not only does it taste the same as the oil used in stir-frying, it's even more fragrant. Remove the spiritual qi from the spiritual herb and ferment it to make vinegar. Old Su, use your pure yang mystical qi to roast this fruit dry and grind it into powder. It's the best to make salt. This old man will be the chef. Today, I'll give all of you a small test. You're all in for a treat today. Xiaofan held the large wok and smiled in satisfaction. Yun Yang stared dumbfoundedly. The heaven and earth treasures that could be auctioned off at a sky-high price outside were being fried in the wok by these old men. The essence of the heaven and earth treasures were all removed and not used. Instead, it was the dregs that were put to great use. Would anyone believe such a thing? The corners of Yun Yang's lips were already twitching, but what he saw next was even more shocking. Other than the main effect of rapidly recovering one's energy and increasing mystical qi, the cinnabar fruit was also a fruit that tasted good and had a great texture. However, Old Man Su had not only extracted the juice from it, but had also roasted it dry and turned it into granules that were similar to white sugar to be used as seasoning. Was this really appropriate? There was also the Tian Nan Tang. Yun Yang knew that it was a highly poisonous item. It was a spiritual herb that Yun Yang had casually brought out earlier. According to Yun Yang's knowledge, a drop of this thing's juice could poison 10 cows to death, but when the old men saw it, they didn't care at all. They washed it, broke it up, and put it into their mouths to chew. They were all grinning from ear to ear and kept praising, "It's really refreshing." Yun Yang was shocked. This thing is poisonous. The few old men rolled their eyes. How rare is it? Who doesn't know that it's poisonous? It can't be eaten if it's poisonous. This crunchy texture is even better than eating cucumbers. It's so satisfying. They ignored Yun Yang and continued munching with a satisfied expression. Yun Yang was speechless. Second Elder Wu laughed as he chewed. "Kid, you're a holy venerable, so your knowledge is still shallow. Which one of us old things isn't immune to all poisons? If there's a poison in this world that can send them away, they might even thank us again and again." Yun Yang was speechless for a good while. He Buyu, who was fighting outside, yelled, "All of you, please watch your mouths. Don't eat all of them. Leave some for me." Fan Yunbang laughed heartily. "I won't leave any for you. Everyone, hurry up. How can we take the initiative to share such a good thing? Hibuyu, if you want to eat, then hurry up and come in." Hibuyu was enraged. "I'm fighting for my life out there, and you don't even leave me anything to eat? This is too much. Don't you have any shame?" Fan Yunbang snorted, "T, if I were outside right now, would you stay for me? It's been thousands of years since I've had such a good meal. Who would care about who? That person must be a fool." Hibuyu yelled, "Are we still brothers? Can we still be alone?" The 8 people inside shouted in unison, "We'll eat it for you." Hibuyu was enraged, but he could be heard saying from outside, "Nine-tailed, leave first. How about you come back after I've had my meal?" A sharp voice came from outside, like the clanging of steel. "Hibuyu, you're not a son. How dare you chase me away when you're having a meal? How can you say that? He Buyu retorted angrily, what do you mean then? Do you want to fight me to the end? What this king means is, this king also wants to eat. He Buyu said, all right, but you guys can't come and make trouble when I'm having a meal. Of course. Then, the sounds of fighting outside disappeared. He Buyu, who was dressed in white, walked in with a big fox with golden fur. It had a human head and a fox body, with 9 tails. The fox's head was that of a handsome middle-aged man. As soon as he walked into the cave, his figure shook and transformed into a middle-aged man in a golden robe and a crown on his head. He walked in slowly and said with a smile, greetings, everyone. Since there's good food here, let's not fight for now. The 8 people cursed at the same time, damn it, what are you doing here, you coquettish fox? It's not easy for us to get something to eat. You're a fox, not a dog, why is your nose so sensitive? Get out of here, there's no place for you here. The middle-aged man touched his nose and smiled bitterly, you're all useless. You're from the mysterious universe, you should be used to eating these things. I'm afraid you're already sick of them. But I've only eaten them a few times in my life. Now, I'm using a temporary truce as a condition to have a meal with you, and you're not happy? Boss Wu laughed and said, let the fox eat some, it'll be my farewell meal. The Fox King was furious when he heard that. He rolled his eyes and said, since it's my last meal, I'll have to eat more. I'll eat until I'm full. Let me say this first, I want to take away 10 caddies of these tea leaves. And these wine, I want to take away 50 jars. The 9 people were furious at the same time, bastard, you're dreaming. You're too much. Be careful, the 9 of us will kill you right here in this cave. The Fox King snorted and said, as long as you have the ability to do so, just do it. But I have to say this first, once we start fighting, I'll definitely destroy all these wine and tea leaves. Do you think I don't dare? He crossed his arms and snorted, even if you hide these things in your spatial rings. Do you think I can destroy them all? The 9 people were dumbfounded. After a long time, He Buyu cursed, damn it. You win. These 9 people were very clear in their hearts that the cultivation of this Fox King before them was no joke. He had already reached the highest realm of the 9-tailed fox clan. If the 9 of them joined forces to surround and defeat him, it would be a piece of cake. However, if they were to talk about killing him, it would be impossible. The 9-tailed fox clan's supernatural power was extremely abnormal. As long as there was a single fox hair left undamaged, it could be used to resurrect, and its combat power would not be affected at all. In other words, he had the capital to risk his life. He Buyu said, no matter what, we can't let you take it away just like that. We've allowed you to eat, but that's on the premise of a temporary truce. After this meal, we'll decide the winner with a bet. 9 people from your side, and 9 people from my side. We'll bet on who wins and who loses. 1 win, 1 jar of wine. 2 wins, 1 jar of wine, 1 cup of tea. How about it? Everyone responded, I've nothing better to do, so I'll beat the kids on a cloudy day. It's the 4th update today. Please subscribe. Chapter 1236. The Fox King rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm the Bear King? 1 pot for 1 win? I don't dare. If you don't fight, I'll do it now. Then 10 pots for 1 round. 2 caddies of tea. He Buyu quickly changed his strategy. How about we fight for a full month? Let's draw lots. A fight between gentlemen is only about victory and defeat, not life and death. The Fox King frowned and said, all right, it's settled. But after today's meal, I have to take 2 caddies of tea and 20 pots of wine. This is my bottom line. Otherwise, we'll split and no one can enjoy it alone. The 9 men looked at each other and sighed dejectedly. Very well. The Fox King laughed heartily and sat down cross-legged without any reservations. He casually plucked a poisonous vine and placed it into his mouth to chew. He sighed and said, "In your words, it's really King refreshing." Yunyang was dumbstruck watching from the side. These people had been fighting with the demon race here for thousands of years, and they had actually become friends? It seemed like this was not the first time. Who is this young fellow? The Fox King squinted his eyes at Yunyang and praised, "You humans are indeed full of talents. This young fellow is only 23.5 years old at most, but he's already reached the level of a second-level Supreme Saint. This is the first time I've seen such a genius." He Buyu's face was filled with a comforting expression. Wuol said coldly, "This is the first time I've seen it. That's just because you demons are useless. Each of you stinks, what's the point of cultivating? Why don't you just surrender?" The Fox King glanced at him and said indifferently, "Don't talk to me if you don't have a ***. Wuol was enraged and was about to stand up. The others quickly pulled him back. "Brother, you have it, we all know you have it. Don't be provoked by him, he's doing it on purpose. If you don't believe me, take off your pants and let him see." The group laughed. Shi Qingshan, who was preparing the dishes, had already begun to emit a rich aroma. After a while, plates of appetizing stir-fried dishes, stir-fried heaven and earth treasures, were served. Deep-fried snow ginseng. Vine-exploding seedlings. Silk sealwort. Stir-fried heaven palace lotus. 7-leaf lotus choking geocentric seeds. Polygonum multiflorum heart cold mixed with xianshan heart. If this table of dishes were to be moved out, just the cost alone would be enough to buy a country, and there would even be some surplus. What was even more awesome was that, most of these heavenly treasures had lost their essence. "Come, try this. Does it taste like cabbage? Try this. Does it taste like a potato? Here, this is the method of making vinegar yam tablets. Isn't it crisper? Why does this look like stir-fried mung bean sprouts?" "It's exactly the same." The Fox King laughed heartily and ate heartily. The jars of wine had already been opened. This was the work of the god of wine. Naturally, it was extraordinary and had become a masterpiece. Everyone was beaming with joy as they drank. Only the Fox King seemed to be deep in thought after drinking a bowl and said, "This wine. I seem to have drunk it somewhere before." When the others heard this, they didn't pay much attention to it. All of them were people of great status, and they'd tasted countless superb wines in the past. Although the wine god's legacy could be said to be superb, to people like them who hadn't tasted wine for far too long, they couldn't tell the difference. Yunyang, however, felt a jolt in his heart. He lifted his head abruptly and asked, "This wine? Lord Fox King has drunk it before?" The Fox King's calm and gentle gaze focused on Yunyang's face as he said faintly, "This young friend seems to value this wine very much?" Yunyang heaved a long sigh and said, "To be honest, this wine was brewed by an elder in my family. This junior has never really seen this elder before. I only obtained 1,000 jars of wine from him in the family's storage by chance. The elders in my family say that it's the best wine in the world, but this junior has never heard of any rumors about it despite traveling to many places." Yunyang smiled sheepishly and said, "If the Fox King has really drunk this wine, then," his words were eloquent and emotional. Buyu and the others did not doubt him at all as they said, "I see. Although we haven't drunk wine for a long time, we can still tell a thing or two about the taste of good wine. This wine of yours is exquisite, we've never seen anything like it in our lives. It turns out that it's your ancestral legacy. We're greatly indebted to you." Unexpectedly, the Fox King's gaze was fixed on Yunyang's face as he said indifferently, "Why are you cultivating the art of frozen heart when you speak? As soon as the nine-tailed fox king spoke these words, everyone was stunned in unison. Most of the elders' attention was on the delicacy before them, the remaining small portion of their attention was on guarding against the fox king's sudden outburst. They really did not have the slightest spare for Yun-yang, so they were slightly taken aback when they heard the question. Yun-yang, on the other hand, was unfazed as he said, "The Fox King isn't one of my clansmen. Our standpoints are different and it's our first meeting. This junior has asked mainly because I'm concerned about my ancestors' news, there's no other intention. However, this junior's inner hostility still exists. It's a joyous truce now, if I were to reveal it, it'll only upset the Fox King and add to the uncertainty. I didn't expect the Fox King to be so sensitive. This junior has tried his best to restrain himself, but you've still sensed it." Yun-yang paused and said, "Speaking of which, this is Junior's petty heart. Seniors have fought with the Fox King for so many years, we've long appreciated each other and know each other's guts. As the saying goes, heroes cherish heroes, the enemy's hero is the true enemy. However, since the Fox King has been invited by the seniors, the other side must be an honorable senior as well. No matter what, I, Yun-yang, can't give the Fox King the same respect as the seniors. Please forgive me, Fox King. Therefore, it's not just today. Even if we meet again in the future, this junior will still cultivate the art of frozen heart to be safe when I meet the seniors." Yun-yang spoke neither humbly nor haughtily. These words made the 9 old men very happy, and they beamed with joy, as if they were comforted by their old age. Hibuyu guffawed. "Fox King, you've always been sharp with your words. You thought you've gotten a handle on your words just now, but now you know that you've lost. I'm not afraid to tell you that this is the bound of universe's men. If the demon race wants to step into the bound of universe, the first thing you'll have to face is the iron bones of the bound of universe's men." Yun-yang chuckled and said, "Yun-yang may be a bound of universe's man, but he's only at the bottom of the bound of universe's men." There was no other expression on the Fox King's gentle face as he said faintly, "A grain of rice? If there are more than 10 young men like you in the bound of universe, the demon realm will really have no hope." Sigh. "I've only asked why you're cultivating the art of frozen heart. Why do you have to explain it in such a long way? Don't tell me you have a guilty conscience." Chapter 1237. Yun-yang smiled faintly and said, "There's no such thing as a guilty conscience, it's the truth. I thank the Fox King for your praise, but there are many youths like Yun-yang in the bound of universe. We'll know when we meet. I only hope that when it's my turn to guard the bloody Soul Mountain, I can still have an opponent like the Fox King as my enemy." "Oh?" the Fox King asked. Yun-yang said seriously, "Humans have their own heroes, I believe the demonic race has their own legends too. There's no contradiction between heroes and heroes, but we all have our own standpoints after all. That's all. Seniors have fought and died for the sake of their descendants. Tens of thousands of years have passed like a day. One wants to defend, to protect the peace and happiness behind, while the other wants to come and expand his territory, to give the younger generation a vast world. Their feelings are the same, what's the difference? Between martial artists, life and death hangs by a hair's breadth, especially in a war that involves one's standpoints. It's rare to be merciful, but in private, it's not impossible to be friends. After all, the person who understands you the most is often not a friend, but an old enemy. Just like the 10 seniors sitting here drinking wine today. To be honest, this is the moment that moves and makes this junior envious." Yun-yang heaved a long sigh and said slowly, "Today we drink together, tomorrow we fight on the battlefield, today we call each other bosom friends, tomorrow we face each other with saber and sword. I die with no regrets, I live with no regrets, I die with no regrets. The grudges of this life have been settled, today's meeting is not a waste." He said with a sigh, at least in my opinion, this is the highest realm of a martial artist. The demon king is worthy of the demonic race, and the human seniors are worthy of the bound of universe. What's the difference between us? His words caused everyone present to fall into deep thought, and their faces were filled with brilliance. Boss Wu raised his cup in thought and murmured, "The highest realm of a martial artist? Ha ha ha." The Fox King looked at Yun Yang with a solemn gaze for a long time before he suddenly smiled and said, "You're a good child, not bad at all." Yun Yang replied humbly, "This is the glory that the seniors have spent their entire lives writing. It's not something that this junior can boast about. Of course, I, Yun Yang, respect my human seniors, but towards the Fox King and the other demonic seniors, even if there's still a day when we have to fight to the death, I still have respect in my heart." He sighed with emotion. "At the very least, with the cultivation of seniors, you've long since been able to move unhindered through the world. No matter how you enjoy life, it's all easy, and you can do as you please. But the choice of our seniors is to willingly spend the rest of their lives on this blood-soul mountain. This is already worthy of everyone's respect, and is worthy of the respect of all demon clans. Who says that there are no heroes in the outsiders?" Everyone present, including the Fox King, nodded slightly. Yun Yang's words had spoken their minds. What she did not know was that Yun Yang was secretly wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, thinking that he had finally managed to deceive her about the art of frozen heart. Sure enough, everyone liked flattery. No matter how powerful an expert was, he would still have to submit under the pressure of a high hat. He. With Yun Yang's greeting, the 10 of them seemed to be in high spirits as they drank. The Fox King did not answer Yun Yang's question from the beginning to the end. Yun Yang was not anxious about it, nor did he ask further. He listened to the 9 humans and the Demon King's conversation with a respectful smile. They were indeed imaginative, their topics were varied and endless. At this moment, He Buyu and the others were still talking about the strange happenings of the human race, but in the next moment, it was the Fox King's turn to talk about the demon race's abyss. It was shocking and awe-inspiring, however, as Yun Yang listened to them, he was acutely aware that although these people spoke a lot and the content was extensive and all-encompassing, neither He Buyu, Wu Lauer, nor the Fox King mentioned a single word about the accumulation of their combat power or the internal situation. Even though the Fox King had complained about the harsh environment of the demon race, when it came to the advantages and disadvantages of the demon race itself, he did not mention a single word about it. Half drunk, the Fox King patted the mud seal with a pot of wine in his arms and said with a sigh, "Actually, the demon race and humans are really just a matter of perspective. In our understanding, the demon clan eating humans is a matter of course. Humans are just a type of food in this world. Humans, however, have a completely different understanding of this, because this idea is treacherous. It's also because of this fundamental difference that there's no possibility for humans and the demon race to coexist peacefully. Therefore, in the end, this continent can only be ruled by the party that survives. Those of us who can still sit together and drink and chat now, when the time comes to an irreconcilable point, either I die in your hands or you all die in mine." Speaking up to here, the Fox King smiled and said, "But if that time really comes, when one of us really becomes the ruler of this continent, if there are any of us alive, what should we do?" He Buyu and the others thought about it, but their expressions changed in unison. "When that time comes and all our old opponents are dead, we'll be the only ones left in this world. What are we going to do then? Continue to cultivate? What's the point of cultivation? Longevity? What's the point of longevity? Enjoyment? If we want to enjoy, what can't we enjoy now? But if it's to fight, who will we fight with? After these old opponents are gone, even if there's a successor with a cultivation base, can we put down our pride and fight them? Or even fight to the death? Drink? Taste delicacies? Enjoy life? sightseeing? Intentionally or unintentionally talking about this topic, these 10 experts who had reached the pinnacle of cultivation in the world all fell into a state of confusion. They were stunned. Yun Yang, who was standing aside, was speechless. After a while, seeing that everyone was still silent, he finally could not help but say, "It looks like after drinking, no matter how intelligent or far-sighted one is, or how high one's cultivation base is, one's brain is no longer as sharp as before." "What do you mean?" The 10 men turned to look at him simultaneously, all of them drunk. Yun Yang was exasperated as he said, "What all of you are thinking about now, at least in this junior's opinion, is very senseless." The 10 men snorted in unison, their expressions unfriendly. "What? What did you say?" "First, there's a huge mistake in Senior Fox King's argument. Even if the final battle between both sides is decided, and one side dominates the bound of universe, the other side can't be completely annihilated. No matter how severe the casualties are, there'll always be embers to pass on the torch. Second, for seniors with your cultivation base, even if you intervene in the final battle and the continent is ruled by the opposing side, the possibility of you dying in the battle is still very small. The biggest possibility is that you'll lead your clansmen to hide and wait for the day to rise again. Therefore, your old opponents won't die at all, at least not all of them. By then, even if you're lonely, I'm afraid it'll be a very difficult thing, because in the days to come, you'll have to look for your old opponent's whereabouts as your life goal." Yun Yang rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Thirdly, with the Crimson Soul Mountain separating the two worlds, it'll be very difficult for one side to completely rule the continent for a very long time. Perhaps I should put it this way, although all of you have a long life and enjoy longevity, you may not be able to see that day come in your lifetime." Yun Yang raised his cup and smiled. "In conclusion, instead of worrying about having no opponents at that time, it's better to think of a way now and get rid of your opponents first. Who knows, it'll be lonely at the top with an invincible expert." His words rendered the 10 men speechless on the spot. After a long moment of silence, they burst into laughter. The solemn atmosphere from before was no more, replaced by undulating guffaws. Amidst the laughter, the Fox King's gaze regained its clarity as he said with a smile, "Actually, in this life, let's just treat it as a few old friends accompanying and relaxing every day. We're also using each other to kill time." He turned to look at Yun Yang, the admiration in his eyes growing stronger as he said, "Child, I admire you more and more now. I can answer your question for you." Yun Yang replied excitedly, "Thank you, Senior Fox King." The Fox King nodded thoughtfully and said, "Of course, the taste of this wine is superb, but once it's opened, the smell of alcohol soars into the sky, turning into the auspicious image of a dragon and phoenix that lingers for a long time. This is the main reason why I have such a deep impression. I've drunk more than 10 pots of this wine." Yun Yang asked, "May I ask, Senior, how many years ago was that?" The Fox King thought about it and said uncertainly, "About 700 to 800 years? Or perhaps 1,000 years? Whether it's human or demon, there's hardly anything worth remembering after living in this world for a long time. I really can't remember it, I'm just being vague." Yun Yang frowned. Of course this junior doesn't doubt Senior's words, but does Senior still have any impression of who brewed this wine? The Fox King said, "I'm not a wine king. That wine was only a gift from the Monkey King. It's unique, that's why I have some impression of it. Why would this king be interested in finding out who brewed it?" The Monkey King, huh? Yun Yang was deep in thought. The god of wine, Feng Xianga, was one of Mr. Nian's incarnations, but the real god of wine might not be Mr. Nian. Perhaps the god of wine had fallen for some reason and Mr. Nian had borrowed his identity. Yun Yang had long guessed this, but he had never had any proof. Initially, this had nothing to do with the grand scheme of things, but now that he had accidentally formed a connection with the demon race, it was an unexpected gain for Yun Yang. At that moment, he had almost lost his composure and had to use the art of frozen heart to calm himself down. Could it be that the Four Seasons Tower was related to the demon race? Yun-yang could not help but be worried about his emotions. If so, this matter would be very complicated. Chapter 1238. Seeing the worry on Yun-yang's face, Hibuyu comforted him, "Young Yun, you don't have to worry. You're now the leader of the human celestial luck banner. Even if your ancestor had connections with the demon race, it has nothing to do with you. You said it yourself, your ancestor was famous for his wine. Maybe it was his wine that accidentally flowed to the demon race. It's understandable." The others agreed, "That's right. That should be the case. It's understandable." Su Yunshui snorted coldly. "So what if it's wine for the demon race? What does it have to do with you? Don't worry, I'll kill whoever dares to trouble you." Yun-yang smiled bitterly while rubbing his nose. "Thank you for your comfort, seniors, but this junior isn't worried about this. My worry is mainly because my family's winemaking skill has been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. Since my ancestors' whereabouts were unknown, this skill has been lost. Back then, the elders in the family passed it down from generation to generation to find my ancestors' skill. Even if the descendants could no longer make a living from it, they wanted to keep this skill in the family and pass it on without interruption. The family's skill that my family relied on for survival was lost in one day. Generations of my ancestors passed away with regret. As a descendant, of course, I have the heart to make up for it." Yun-yang smiled bitterly. "Before this, I've inquired about the more famous intelligence organizations in the bound of universe, but I didn't get any useful information. I've come to the Crimson Soul Mountain this time to see the true face of the Holy War, and also to see if there's any way to go to the demon race and collect some wine soul grass. I'll try to restore this family skill. It's hard to find a lost skill, but it's not impossible to find another way to recover the old wine soul grass." More than 3 people spoke one after another. "Yes, it's the wine soul grass." Yun-yang said, "Other than being brewed, the wine soul grass has no other use and has nothing to do with cultivation. It's black when it's born and turns dark green when it's ripe. It bears fruit once every 3 years and the fruits it bears are only the size of a finger. There are 9 fruits in each cluster, but the juice in these 9 fruits is no different from natural wine. Perhaps this item has other names, but, in our family, it's called the wine soul grass. However, there's no such herb in the bound of universe. I've offered a bounty in the entire bound of universe but I couldn't find it." The 10 of them came to a sudden realization at the same time. "So that's how it is. You've really put in a lot of effort." Yun-yang looked at the Fox King with a hopeful gaze. "Lord Fox King, may I ask if you've seen this grass before?" The Fox King pondered for a long time and said, "No. I have no impression at all. You also said that this thing is useless for cultivation. Why would we pay attention to this thing?" Second Brother Wu stroked his chin and said, "So the main reason you came to the Blood Soul Mountain this time is actually for this?" Yun-yang said with some embarrassment, "It should be said that it's half and half. Of course, there's no shortage of wanting to go and see the demon race's strength and have a clearer understanding of my own strength. But it's not convenient to say this in front of Lord Fox King." The Fox King laughed involuntarily and said, "This is the truth. Although your cultivation base is not weak, if you enter the demon plane alone, it's still a matter of death, not to mention looking for the wine soul grass. It's a waste of time and effort, it's not something that can be found overnight. It's extremely dangerous," old Brother Wu said, "but if there's the Fox King's help, won't young Yun be able to go unhindered?" The Fox King rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, why should I help a human? This brat keeps talking about his standpoint and has already made it clear that he wants to destroy the demon race. If I help him, won't I be looking for trouble and hastening my own decline? Yunyang said boldly, I don't need Senior Fox King's help in this matter. If I implicate Senior Fox King, it'll be my fault instead. An expert like Senior Fox King will only die a worthy death if he falls on the battlefield. No matter what, I don't want him to be like the previous 9 Lives Cat King. Seniors don't have to worry too much, I have my own plans. The Fox King's expression turned dangerous as he said in a strange tone, Young fellow, you're quite knowledgeable. You actually know about the case of my clan's 9 Lives Cat King? Yunyang laughed, Senior, you must be joking. Today's main point is to drink and eat, there's no need to talk about such things that spoil the mood. The Fox King snorted, his eyes straightening as he said with some hostility, Young fellow, you don't have any good intentions. You want to provoke me to help you enter the demon plane, can't I really see through it? Yunyang smiled, it's true that this junior is showing off in front of an expert, but it's also expected that Senior Fox King won't fall for it. The Fox King said faintly, Young fellow, I'll make it so that you can't guess it. As he spoke, he slapped a token on the table and said, as long as this 9-tailed token is still in your hands, you can do whatever you want in the entire demon plane. I'll let you see this king's power. Yunyang coughed and quickly kept the 9-tailed token away, saying, Thank you, Senior Fox King, for your righteousness. This junior thanks you in advance. He kept it away so quickly that everyone was taken aback for a moment before they burst out laughing. Fox King, you old fellow who prides himself on being cunning has fallen for it. Old Wu's second guffawed. However, he was slapped on the head by Boss Wu. Bastard, don't speak if you don't understand. If it weren't for this young fellow's whine, would the Fox King have been provoked? This is the Fox King not wanting to owe karma, so he's just helping out by being provoked. What do you know? The Fox King guffawed and said, That's right. The host of today's banquet was brought by this young fellow. Your clan has eaten and drunk, but it's a family matter. As an uninvited guest, I can't drink this young one's wine and food for nothing. Even if he didn't provoke me, I'd still protect him. After this, we don't owe each other anything. The Fox King said solemnly. Yunyang said quietly, Very well, that's how it should be. Actually, Yunyang was well aware of it. The word karma was incomparably mysterious. Ordinary people or low-level martial artists might have some ungrateful behavior, or if they owed something, then they owed it. They would not care about the so-called karma, because they would not have any profound state of mind. However, the higher the cultivation base, the more they would care about this. Especially when one had reached the pinnacle of the Fox King's cultivation base, they would never owe karma. This was because a debt of karma could lead to serious consequences. Especially in the case of some heart-related demons, a lifetime's experience might even be replayed in front of the demon in the mind. Once there was a debt and a flaw in the state of mind, the demon in the heart would take advantage of the weakness and cause a lifetime of regret. When one had reached a certain level, the cultivation was actually a heart that was clear and pure. Therefore, the higher one's status and cultivation base, the less one would owe others anything. Once a debt was owed, one had to settle it as soon as possible to ensure a clear and flawless state of mind. Chapter 1239. In just a few words, the matter of Yunyang entering the demonic race had been settled. Then, Yunyang realized that his trip to the demonic race had paved the way for him. As long as he did not purposely seek death, this move would be as stable as a mountain, no longer as dangerous as he had expected. He was struck by lightning from the heavens and narrowly escaped death. After escaping death from a great calamity, his luck immediately turned to joy. This luck was simply boundlessly high. Good wine, really good wine. The Fox King finished half a pot of wine and guffawed. You bunch of old fellows are really pitiful. You've sacrificed so much for the bound of universe's human race, but you can't even get some supplies. You're eating and drinking every day. The next time I come, I'll bring some specialties from our side. Let's have a good fight and have a good drink. Boss Wu's eyes shone. Words are spoken, it's a deal. The Fox King rolled his eyes and said, of course it's a deal. Sigh, I'm not afraid to tell you old fellows that if it weren't for the fact that there are very few people who can drink with me in the 10,000 demon plane and make me feel comfortable drinking with them, how could my good stuff fall into your hands? Hearing the words enemies, the crowd roared with laughter, not at all offended. Hibuyu laughed bleakly and said, that's right. At our level, there aren't many people who can get together to drink. So what if we're enemies? As long as we're in the right mood and treat each other with sincerity, we can only get drunk together. Treat each other with sincerity, get drunk together. The Fox King laughed maniacally. If one day, I really die in the hands of any of you, that would be the happiest thing in my life. I wouldn't have wasted this life. Before he finished his sentence, he staggered 2 steps and managed to steady himself by leaning against the wall. He waved his hand weakly and said, I'm so drunk that I want to sleep. Sleep, King sleep first. He actually leaned against the wall and started snoring, as if he had never thought that this was the enemy's territory and that he was surrounded by many of his greatest enemies. He did not have to worry about being killed in his sleep, so he slept peacefully and comfortably. Yunyang was taken aback by what he saw. It was another eye-opener for him. Wasn't the Fox King a little too ambitious? Even if they treated each other with sincerity, wasn't this a little too much? Of course he is. He has the ability to do so. Do you think you can kill him now? Looking at Yunyang's shocked expression, second brother Wu smiled bitterly. Impossible. Sigh, what's bothering me now is that he'll inevitably leave behind a foul smell when he lies here. I'll have to worry about it for a few days. Coquettish fox, you really deserve your reputation. Fox King said in a daze, second brother Wu, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe that I won't leave here? I was wrong. Please be magnanimous, don't lower yourself to my level. Wuol Second's face was full of bitterness as he humbled himself, making Yunyang even more dizzy. The way these old fellows get along with each other is really hard to fathom. However, the only reply he got was a series of snoring sounds. I say, seniors, don't you suspect me at all? After the Fox King had fallen asleep, Yunyang, who was still puzzled about the matter, finally asked. Isn't your background already clear to me? The few old men were all grinning from ear to ear like a group of old foxes who had just eaten a chick. How is it clear? Yunyang was puzzled. I'm a stowaway, my background is unknown, and my motive is even more so. Just your identity as the leader and founder of the Celestial Luck Banner is enough. Boss Wu's eyes were filled with kindness as he looked at Yunyang, while the rest of the group was laughing, overjoyed. It was hard to tell if they had always been this jovial, or if Yunyang's arrival had triggered the laughter that had been accumulated over the years. These people were all old and experienced. Although each of them seemed to be straightforward and didn't seem to have any schemes, in reality, they were just too lazy to scheme. If they really wanted to scheme, each of their hearts were as clear as a mirror and extremely transparent. Whether a person was good or bad, or how his nature was, as long as these old fellows interacted with him, they could see through him in at most an hour. Even if Yunyang's intelligence was superior, he could not escape the eyes of these old fellows when he was not on guard. At least, in the eyes of these old fellows, Yunyang was a promising talent with a promising future. In old Wu's words, this child could not be that bad no matter how bad he was. Especially after the matter of cooking with the heaven and earth treasures, the 9 old fellows' recognition of Yunyang was unprecedented. It was just a meal and a few dishes, but he had used up to 100 kinds of heaven and earth treasures in one go. Every single stalk was a priceless treasure. It could be said that if these hundreds of heavenly treasures were exchanged for wealth and resources, it would be more than enough to support any genius from the Enlightenment stage to the Saint King stage. Moreover, it would be the kind that could be developed in an extremely short period of time, and the foundation would be exceptionally solid, without any hidden dangers. Any stalk of spiritual plant, spiritual root, or spiritual seedling might not even be seen by an ordinary family in their lifetime, let alone possessing such exquisite goods. What was more, they did not enjoy it in the usual sense. Almost all the essences of the ingredients had been removed, only taking the parts that could be used as delicacies. Almost all of them were dregs. Eating them was no different from cultivation, only for the sake of satisfying one's appetite. In spite of this, Yunyang generously took them out and allowed them to be trampled on just to admire the old seniors who had guarded the Bloody Soul Mountain for tens of thousands of years. He had no complaints, be it before or after. Just this generosity, this boldness, and this temperament were not something an ordinary person could possess. If they were in Yunyang's shoes, none of them would have such a temperament at his age. Just based on this, the old fellows were willing to help him. Moreover, it was not a big deal to really go to the demon race's side. Their only purpose of guarding here was to prevent the demon race from coming over. With Yunyang's current cultivation base, even if he went to the demon realm, as long as he did not commit himself to courting death, he had a great chance. Senior, may I ask what level this Fox King's cultivation base has reached? Compared to the seniors, which one is higher and which one is lower? Yunyang was curious. The cultivation base of these old fellows was extraordinarily high. He could not see through any of them, even when his cultivation base had a significant breakthrough. The Fox King has reached the pinnacle of cultivation in this world, the level of a saint. Hibuyu said faintly, similar to this old man, a second-grade saint. Roughly on par. As for Wu Laoer and the others, the weakest among them is a fourth-grade Saint Venerable. 2 of them are half-step Saint Venerables. Feng Lingtian said. It's been an uncomfortable day today. I've been taking Chinese medicine for 2 weeks now. Since a few days ago, a layer of goosebumps has appeared all over my body. I didn't notice it, thinking it was a spring allergy. But since today, I've been itching endlessly. When I scratch with my hand, I've scratched a few, which scared me. I went to the hospital because of the Chinese medicine I've taken. My stomach is fine now, and I don't feel anything, but the eczema on my body has completely reappeared. I've taken 4 kinds of medicine and 2 kinds of ointment, applying one during the day and the other at night. Do you know what it feels like to be itchy to death and not be able to scratch it? I'm going crazy. Amp, GT. Chapter 1240. It was so itchy. He rubbed it with iodine. It was so itchy and painful, this feeling made him want to die. He didn't have any mood anymore. I am the Supreme is taking a day off today. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 1241. Yunyang understood at once. It seemed that the 9 people in front of him were led by the East Celestial Palace's Hibuyu, who was guarding this pass. Hibuyu looked at Yunyang with an inexplicable expression and said, "You have the Fox King's token in the demonic realm. It should be able to protect your life. However, there is still something to consider, and that is, to guard your heart." Yunyang nodded. "Please enlighten me, Senior." The customs and practices of the demonic realm are very different from those of the human realm. The great cultivators of the demonic race often have the ability to change their forms and are best at bewitching people. Although your cultivation base is high, you are still a young man after all. Moreover, your vital young energy has yet to be broken and you are full of vigor and vigor. You are most easily bewitched by beauty. You have to be especially careful about this. A single misstep can cause you to suffer for eternity. Be careful. Yunyang accepted it humbly. Yes. Wu thought about it and still felt uneasy. Young friend, if you don't mind, I can imprint an immovable foundation seal into your soul. It can ensure that you are not tempted by anything. Your heart will be as steady as a rock and as immovable as a mountain. It's even better than the spell of frozen heart. Yunyang thought about it and said, there's no need for that. If I am tempted, my soul will be unstable when I return. Seniors can just kill me directly. This trip to the demonic realm is a cultivation experience for this junior. Only by experiencing it personally can it be considered a personal treasure. If I really can't make it through, then it's my fate and I have nothing to do with anyone. He smiled confidently. If you need to rely on others to protect you for everything, I believe seniors wouldn't have become peerless experts who can control the safety of the world. Wuyu's eyes were filled with admiration as he said, that's right. You have such a temperament. I am the one who worries too much. The other elders also showed admiration in their eyes. That's good. Cultivators don't have so many concerns. If they are overcautious about everything in the world, how can they be decisive? The Fox King slept for a full 6 hours. During these 6 hours, the other 9 elders gathered at the side to drink tea. They didn't even talk and were collectively silent. Looking at the rolling green tea leaves in their cups, each of them seemed to be deep in thought. The rising fragrance of the tea reminded them of something. All of their souls seemed to have gone far away, and their eyes were filled with boundless blankness. Yunyang felt a little embarrassed as he watched, saying in a low voice, Seniors, why don't you go home and have a look when the next shift happens? Staying here will always make you feel lonely. It's true that it's lonely at the top, but it's too bleak and lonely. Su Yunshui chuckled and murmured, Home? How could old farts like us have a home? The others smiled bitterly at the same time. Now, we are most envious of the Wu brothers and their entire family. After so many years, not only are their brothers and sisters still alive, but there are also more than 10 of them. Even their father and mother are still alive and living comfortably. That is truly a blessing. Big Brother Wu smiled sadly, my parents are still alive, and they are living a good life. The Wu family is a big family, and it is a fact that we have a lot of people. There were 31 of us brothers and sisters. Now, there are 32 of us. Each of us has our own fate. Each of us has lived for a long time, and this is also a fact. During that period of time, we did enjoy all of your envy, and this is also a fact. However, great families have their own sorrows. There will always be those who are slightly less gifted. Starting from about 7,000 years ago, some of us brothers finally started to fall. Every few hundred years, we have to send one away. After another few hundred years, when the scars have slightly healed, we send another one away. You guys are done once and for all, there's only nostalgia and memories left, but we are destroyed again and again. Just 500 years ago, there were still 10 of us. Now, the 10th is lying on the bed. He's hanging on for more than 100 years, dying countless times, but we've all been saved. Do you know this feeling? King Hell, you've experienced it a few times and you're already feeling terrible. What about us, including our wives, sons, concubines, and grandchildren? Each of us has to go through it 1,000 times on average. No matter what happens to your descendants, they won't even blink. Our blood ties have faded, but we still have our brothers and sisters who are fighting for their lives. This old fart actually says that he's envious of us. Second Elder Wu snorted angrily. Why don't we try swapping? Let's see if you can take a baby calling you brother. The other 8 elders were silent. Who would be happier? This was a difficult question to answer. Every family has its own problems. This was indeed a famous saying from ancient times, unchanging since ancient times. Yunyang sighed and recited softly, everyone says that longevity is good, but I want to ask what's good about it. After 100 years of a young couple, who would look at them alone? Brotherly love is as vast as the mountains and seas, who would bear it once they die? Filial piety to their children and grandchildren, who would bury them when the soil is gone? Others reincarnate while I live forever, who knows loneliness? This is the ultimate state of longevity that the emperors, generals, and ministers yearn for. However, once one's state of mind is lost, it's no different from falling into the most torturous abyss of the human world. Yun Yang's words made the 9 wise elders fall into silence at the same time. Yun Yang's words were not wrong at all. It was the truth. In this world, no one could live without a partner, friends, brothers, lovers, children and grandchildren. However, everyone present was the kind of people who could live until all their partners died and still continue to live for many, many years. It could even be said that as long as they were not killed, they could live forever. Living forever in this world was not a form of torture. Take the 9 elders present for example. Their contributions to the human race were undeniable, but it was not as if they had not absorbed a sense of duty from the heavy responsibility of protecting the human race. That was why their state of mind had never been dispirited. They were all sensible people, so no one spoke when their thoughts were clear. However, when they occasionally met the gazes of others, they vaguely cherished the moments just now. Right now, only this group of old brothers could still gather together, talk, reminisce about the past, and walk on together. They could no longer understand what the young people were talking about. It was also because of this that Yun Yang's presence was no longer as harmonious as before with the elders' aura. The atmosphere grew more and more oppressive. Just as the atmosphere reached its most oppressive and unbearable point, the Fox King opened his eyes abruptly, waking up coincidentally. A gleam of loneliness flashed across the Demon King's eyes before he chuckled. A bunch of old fellows are letting their imaginations run wild again. It's been so many years, every time I hear you talk about this topic, I feel like fighting to vent the anger in my heart. All of you are too senseless. What's the big deal about your little thoughts? At the very least, we won't die of old age in this lifetime. Isn't this already stronger than many people? The Fox King's words made the group burst into laughter again, the tense atmosphere dissipating. The Fox King turned to Yun Yang. Child, are you ready? Yun Yang lifted his head calmly. I've long been prepared. I'm just waiting for Senior's convenience. The Fox King's voice returned to its usual indifference. There's something you have to know. I've eaten your meal and drank your wine to repay your karma. The rise and fall of fate, it's all karma. I didn't mean to help you. Therefore, I can only send you in and protect you. However, when you go to the demonic realm, you won't get my help for anything related to it. You're not allowed to use my name to carry out any matters. Do you understand? There's one more point that needs to be made clear. In the demon plane, there are no less than 10 demon kings who are not beneath me in terms of cultivation base or status. You can't afford to offend any one of these existences. If you act recklessly and offend them, then it's beyond the scope of my protection. I can't possibly become enemies with my clansmen for you. The Fox King looked at Yun Yang, his gaze cautious. You have to be prepared. Even with a little bit of my protection, there's still no guarantee that you can come back alive. If you regret it now, it's still not too late. I can give you another benefit to make up for what you've done. Yun Yang smiled and stood up. Senior, let's go. The Fox King smiled. Good. Since that's the case, follow me. Before his words echoed in the air, the Fox King waved his sleeves. Yun Yang felt his vision blur. He was no longer in the cave but was high up in the sky. What greeted him was a blizzard of goose feathers. Looking around, it was a world of ice and snow. There was no other color between heaven and earth other than a vast expanse of silvery white. In this vast expanse of sky and earth, an immeasurable amount of demonic chi soared into the sky, filling the firmament. Amidst the whistling of the wind, Yunyang felt himself being flung away by an immense force, his body tumbling in the air. The Fox King's voice rang in his ears at the same time, "Move freely from here. It's not convenient for me to leave the bloody soul's mouth for too long." The voice was still ringing in his ears, but the Fox King had already disappeared. Yunyang mustered a mouthful of mystical qi and plummeted 40,000 feet down like a meteor. With a loud boom, he crashed into a pile of snow. When the snow shot up into the sky due to the impact, Yunyang had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had melted from the fall, there was no trace of him at all. Somewhere far away, the Fox King frowned. He realized that Yunyang's aura had truly vanished. Not only that, even the aura of the token he had given him had vanished as well. This young fellow is strange indeed. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. The Fox King shook his head indifferently and sped back to the bloody soul's mouth. To him, today's incident was only a cause and effect, nothing more. Now, the lake of his heart had regained its tranquility. No matter what happened to Yunyang in the future, it was no longer his concern. What kind of storm could a mere token cause? It did not matter anymore. Besides, even if something did happen, who would dare implicate him? Chapter 1242. Yunyang's actions were indeed intentional. He had purposely fallen from a high altitude, and the moment he landed on the snowy ground, he had immediately channeled the power of his water manifestation and turned himself into a snowflake, blending into the snow on the ground. Then, he had followed the wave of snow that had been splashed into the sky, drifting with the wind. He did not particularly care which direction he had been splashed in. It did not matter which direction he had been splashed in. As for the medallion that the Fox King could no longer sense, Yunyang had sent it into his deific consciousness at once. The existence of the Fox King's medallion might be a form of insurance that could provide considerable help, but it was also equivalent to carrying the Fox King's deific consciousness with him. If the medallion was not targeted, the Fox King would be able to find him at once no matter where he went. Such a hidden threat was a safety taboo that had to be avoided. If he were to meet with danger, he would not give up on this aid, he could just take out the medallion immediately. However, if it was not necessary, Yunyang was determined not to simply use this trump card that could be called a double-edged sword. The snowflake that Yunyang had turned into drifted forward with the wind, taking in the entire grassy plain before him. It was said that the population of the demon race was huge and densely packed, but I've been drifting for half a day, why haven't I seen anything? Did that old thing throw me into the forsaken land? Not long after, however, Yunyang noticed something different. This did not seem to be the usual base of the demon race. On the vast expanse of white land, there seemed to be something moving. The reason why he had not seen it before was probably because the demons were all the same color as the grassy plain. In his haste, he had not been able to differentiate the snow-white bear demons. Wolf demons? Fox demons? And, all in all, without exception, they were all snow-white, without a hint of other colors. After observing them carefully for a while, Yunyang confirmed another thing. Not only did these fellows look snow-white, they were also very heavy. They were so lazy that it was infuriating, so lazy that they could lie in the snow and not move for a long time. Wasn't he too good at enduring the cold? Yunyang was able to move freely in the snowfield, just because his mystical qi was thick and his cultivation base was profound. He had also transformed into the water form of drifting snow, so the chill of the snowfield could do nothing to him. But what about the demonic beasts? Yunyang roughly estimated that many of them were only low-level beginner-level beasts, and their combat power was negligible. How could they resist the cold so well? At the same time that he discovered that there were many low-level beginner beasts in the snowfield, Yunyang also discovered that there were beings with abilities that were different from the Great Dawn continent. There were powerful auras flowing faintly in a few large snowy mountains far away, but these were the few auras that could make Yun-yang feel wary in the tens of thousands of miles of snowfield before him. Yun-yang knew that the owners of these auras were not easy to deal with. He, who had always adhered to the strategy of being willing to sail a ship for 10,000 years, naturally would not act rashly. After observing for a long time, he realized that the few auras seemed to be hiding their tracks, but they were actually concealing their presence. Deep down, they were all domineering, giving the impression that they were minding their own business. To be clear, if you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you either. Yun-yang calculated and already had an idea in his heart: territory. Territorial awareness. This side is mine, and that side is yours. The demonic race and the human race had very different attitudes towards the scope of individual forces. It was rare for the human powerhouses to spread their deific consciousness so brazenly, but the demonic race's powerhouses paid special attention to their own territories. If they did not spread their deific consciousness for a long time, the surrounding opponents would instead think that they were at the end of their tether and covet it. Based on Yun-yang's standpoint and his usual approach, it was appropriate for him to stir up some trouble now, such as luring a demon king into another demon king's territory and causing them to fight each other to the death, resulting in both sides suffering heavy losses. Or perhaps, he could use a certain treasure of heaven and earth to gather the demon kings in the nearby regions and fight it out so that he could reap the benefits. However, Yun-yang had other motives for this trip. At least for now, he did not want to cause any additional trouble. He quickly identified the direction and headed towards the center of the demon steppes. Yun-yang had two important objectives for this trip. One was to investigate if the god of wine was really related to the demonic race. Or was it related to the Four Seasons Tower and the demonic race? If so, could the bones of the 12 celestial beings and the god's grave be used to complete the task and end this case? Or was there something else that he had not thought of? As for the other objective, what was the purpose of the demon race's abduction of the people of the bound of universe all these years? What did they want? Just like that, the snowflakes fluttered for tens of thousands of miles. When Yun-yang was about to walk out of the snowfield, he roughly knew the name of this snowfield. White Plains. It was a simple and crude name, but it was a name that went straight to his heart. The name alone was not enough to disappoint Yun-yang. What disappointed Yun-yang more was that there were almost no treasures of heaven and earth in this vast White Plains. Even if there were a few, they were all within the territory of those powerful existences and they had to be very, very close to those existences. As for other places, forget about treasures of heaven and earth, even the roots of grass were almost eaten up. This was probably the fundamental reason why the tens of thousands of miles of White Plains were so vast, where the strong grew stronger and the weak grew weaker. Although Yun-yang had long heard that the demon clan was not wealthy, he was still surprised that they could be this poor. However, there were also things that caught Yun-yang's attention on the White Plains. Even with Yun-yang's speed of movement, the long journey of tens of thousands of miles took some time. When he was about to reach the border of White Plains, Yun-yang suddenly realized that there was a type of fruit tree growing in countless places. Each tree had a diameter of several feet and each leaf was several feet wide. The leaves were milky white, like huge white clouds that stood in the air. Under the leaves hung many fruits that were as big as sacks, falling down heavily. Yun-yang had floated over to check more than once to make sure that there was no trace of demonic qi on the trees, but they were filled with the pulse of life. The sack-sized fruits weighed about 200 caddies each and each tree could bear hundreds of fruits. More than half of them were white while the rest were either yellow or red. Looking at them, they looked like lanterns of various colors hanging on the trees. To be able to grow in such a frigid area, the trees were obviously not afraid of the cold. Yun-yang collected the 3 fruits and entered his deific consciousness space. Naturally, there was one for each color, white, yellow, and red. When Yun-yang took a break, he opened the fruits to observe them and found that they contained something similar to rice. It tasted sweet and fragrant, soft but not greasy, with a hint of spiritual qi. It was an excellent food to fill one's stomach. After opening all 3 fruits, he confirmed the meaning of the fruits of each color. The white fruits were still in the growth stage. Although they could be used, they tasted bitter and difficult to swallow. The yellow ones were half-ripe, tasteless and tasteless, barely edible. Only the red ones were ripe and suitable for consumption. This is good stuff. Yunyang looked at the many trees in the white plains, his eyes reddening. One fruit alone was equivalent to 170 to 180 caddies of rice. Not only did the ripe fruits taste good and could fill one's stomach, they also contained spiritual qi. Although the spiritual qi was very thin and much weaker than the most common of heaven and earth treasures, if a person were to eat such fruits for a long period of time, what kind of concept would that be? A tree could grow at least 300 to 400 fruits. Even if one fruit was only 100 caddies, one could still harvest more than 30,000 caddies. However, how many trees were there in this area that he could see with his naked eyes? The most conservative estimate would be at least 10,000 trees. In other words, this piece of land alone could produce at least 4 million caddies of high-quality rations? Yet, how much could the demon race eat to digest so much food? How many places like this were there in the entire White Plains? Calculating in this way, it wasn't just unusual, it was simply horrifying when one thought about it, and horrifying when one observed it. Yunyang plucked another leaf from the fruit tree. He could not help being shocked when he felt the weight on his hand. Yunyang was already at the level of a supreme saint. He could move mountains and fill oceans with just a wave of his hand. Although he could not circulate his mystical qi at the moment, his physical strength was already impressive. Yet, a leaf like this could actually make his hand feel heavy. It had to be at least 1,000 caddies in weight. Yunyang stared at the snow-white leaf that was about 3 feet thick and 50 to 60 feet wide. He tried to stab it with the tip of his sword, only to find that the leaf was unusually sturdy. Yunyang injected mystical qi into the sword and managed to cut through the leaf. Juice flowed out from within. The juice was clear and transparent, mixed with a faint fragrance. It was also an excellent drink that could be consumed. Yunyang tried to take a sip and his eyes could not help but widen. Not only was the juice of the leaf sweet and delicious, it also contained a trace of spiritual qi, not at all inferior to ordinary spiritual tea. If such a fruit tree could grow in the human world, would there still be a need to fear disaster? As Yunyang's thoughts spun, he connected the dots. With his intellect, how could he not know that there must be unique conditions for a unique creature to grow? For example, the tree's odd form and the fact that it was growing in this snowfield, there must be something special about it. At the very least, the environment it grew in might not be anywhere in the bound of universe or the Tianxian continent. Moreover, the tree might have a lot of requirements for nutrients as well. However, this did not affect Yunyang's desire. There must be a seal. While the world was vast and full of wonders, there was also adaptability. He believed that there would be a place that was suitable for such a plant to grow. The fruit tree alone was of no use to Yunyang's cultivation base, but it was a great help to ordinary living beings in this world that could sustain their survival. To put it bluntly, as long as a tree was planted, a village could not go hungry for a year. To any commoner, this was more important than many treasures of heaven and earth. Therefore, he had to get his hands on this item. Yunyang had the intention to snatch it, but he had to plan before he acted. With his cautious personality, he wanted to be fully prepared and not leave any loose ends. Yunyang studied it again and realized that each of the fruit trees was entangled with the deific consciousness of the demonic race's experts. The fruit trees that seemed to be everywhere were actually being watched over by someone. If Yunyang could think of it, so could the demonic race. Such a fruit tree was an excellent strategic resource. Of course, the demonic race would protect it with utmost care. It was not a problem to obtain a fruit or a leaf, as it could be easily obtained. After all, it was not the root. However, to obtain the entire tree, one would have to first ask the deific consciousness of the experts entangled on the tree. Furthermore, one would have to face the joint attack of many demonic race experts if one intended to do so. The vast expanse of the White Plains and the numerous fruit trees could never be guarded by just one or two experts' deific consciousness. However, Yunyang had no qualms about alerting the enemy. In spite of this, Yunyang could not care less. With a single thought, the White Plains shook violently. The towering trees that had been standing still were uprooted from the ground with a loud rumble. They flew into the air with large lumps of ice and snow, disappearing instantly. The moment the tree disappeared, countless demonic beasts flew over from the distant sky, emerged from the snow, or materialized out of thin air. Each of them looked at the mess on the ground as if they had lost their parents and let out furious roars. Who did this? Countless demonic beasts rushed over, all of them prostrated themselves in front of the huge pits, letting out angry roars. Who stole the tree of life? The tree of life. The name of the fruit tree was so grand, but as the name suggested, it was obvious that the fruit tree was the lifeline of the demonic race. However, it was not only the demonic race who thought so. Yunyang had the same thought as well. With tens of thousands of trees like this as the foundation, no matter how many more people the demonic race produced, at the very least, there would not be any demons who would starve to death. Therefore, the name of the tree of life was well deserved. The tree was just like its name. Yunyang, who had turned into the form of the wind, looked at the countless demons that were covered in snow. It was as if he had seen an avalanche that had gathered hundreds of thousands, millions, and tens of millions of demons. Everywhere he looked, there were demonic beasts everywhere. The densely packed beasts were still gathering from all directions. First level, second level, seventh level, surpassing level, king level, supreme level, foxes, tigers, lions, rats, snakes, and many others. In short, there were many of them. Other than the absence of feline demonic beasts, the rest were almost all restrained. Even the surging demonic aura was not enough to describe the current atmosphere. The demonic aura was everywhere, everywhere it went. Yunyang now had a clear understanding: if he could kill all the demonic beasts in front of him and take their cores, he would become the richest man in the entire bound of universe, and he would be the only one of a kind. Yunyang pinched his thigh forcefully, nipping the suicidal thought out of his mind. Not to mention anything else, just by looking at the number of demonic beasts here, if he were to show himself, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. To put it simply, every single demon beast spit was enough to drown him to death. Right now, this wasn't an exaggeration, but a reality. It was more than enough. If they died somewhere else, there might be a chance of resurrection. However, if they died here, they could only become the feces of the demonic beasts. Even his body and divine soul were the same. Becoming the richest man in Xianhuang is actually not a difficult task. We can take it slow. Yunyang comforted her and drifted away leisurely. What demon core? What fur? It was all calcium. But why does my heart hurt so much? 2-in-1, apt, 2-in-1, mobile reading access, M. Chapter 1243. Yunyang then comforted himself in his heart. What he had gained in the Holy Land of Tianfa was enough to increase his net worth tenfold. It was important to be content with what one had. Asking for too much was the way to seek death. He was the wisest one, how could he not have this bit of self-control? Besides, it was not like he had gained nothing. Even if he could not get anything from the two main goals, it was already a huge gain beyond his expectations if he could only bring the tree of life back and find a way to cultivate it. Thinking of this, Yunyang finally had no more attachments and floated out leisurely. He could hear that there was already a scuffle behind him, most of them blaming each other and pushing the blame onto each other. Where's the tree of life? You guys were watching this part. Bulsh *T, isn't there your deific consciousness on it? Bulsh *T, my deific consciousness is on it too, how can you blame me? Bang, bang, bang. Then, it was a scuffle. Yunyang flicked his sleeves and ignored them. Despite the heated battle behind him, he walked as he pleased. Along the way, there was a caravan of the demon race. They were escorting hundreds of carts of fruits of the Tree of Life towards the most famous demon race city, Sky Crown City in the Demon Plain. Seeing that there was a forest oasis around them, the leader of the caravan, a Saint King-level white bear, finally heaved a sigh of relief. Arriving here meant that the most difficult time had passed, and the road ahead was smooth, with no more dangers to speak of. This time's adventure in the White Plains could be said to be a narrow escape, but in the end, they still obtained the White Plains snow lotus seed and more than one snow eagle feather. This was a considerable amount of wealth. In addition, they had unexpectedly received a mission to escort the Fruit of Life into Sky Crown City. That was an unexpected reward of 1,000 saint coins, a windfall from the sky. He had always wanted to return to Tianguan City, and he had accepted a task that was convenient for him. Although the other party had asked him to bring along a ring that looked simple and unadorned, but he didn't know what was inside it, it was just a matter of convenience. As long as he was careful, who would know that they had hidden a spatial ring? Even if they were robbed, as long as he could keep the ring, it would not matter even if he lost the Fruit of Life. But, what was that on the road ahead? It couldn't be a robbery, right? The leader of the caravan, the bare-headed man, looked at the black things on the side of the road indifferently, but his nose picked up a special smell, and he felt dizzy. The dizziness here was not a negative state in the general sense. Poor bear demon like me. Once dusk falls, my eyes don't work very well. Booty can smell this scent even from thousands of miles away. I won't miss it. That sweet smell made me feel like I was dreaming. It shook my divine soul and shook my will. That wooden barrel that looked like a small mountain was clearly filled with honey. Moreover, it had to be a special kind of honey with spiritual energy. Oh my God! The bare-headed man couldn't take it anymore. His saliva flowed down like a river. Salivating wasn't even enough to describe it. On the side of the road, near the barrels of honey, there was a purple-furred fox demon. In front of him was a table, and other than a few side dishes, there was only a big bowl of yellowish sticky honey. It was that honey that emitted an enchanting sweet smell. This damn fox demon was actually drinking honey with side dishes. Didn't the others drink wine? How dare he? How dare he? The white bear's saliva flowed freely, and his heart was filled with anger. Did you do it on purpose? Did you do it on purpose? You definitely did it on purpose. Otherwise, why would you be drinking honey on the side of the road when I was walking here? Not only did you drink honey, but it smelled so good, and there was so much of it. It was really enough. There were at least a few hundred barrels of it. Wait, a few hundred barrels? The white bear looked at the mountain of honey behind the fox demon. There were so many barrels, so there must be tens of thousands of pounds of honey. What are you doing? You, a fox, can make so much honey. What do you think I am? The white bear's eyes gradually turned ferocious and greedy. I can't bear it. Since I can't bear it anymore, there's no need to bear it anymore. You're clearly forcing me to rob you. The white bear's eyes emitted a terrifying light. He took the lead and rushed forward. He said angrily, "How dare you, fox demon, block the road and rob us?" The other demon companions who followed the white bear all felt their brains short-circuiting and their heads spinning. When did they block the road and rob us? Why didn't we see that they had the slightest intention of robbing us? Could it be that our experience is too shallow? Our heads are really hurting, dizzy, and our brains are not enough. From the looks of it, the truth is that you want to rob them, right? The fox demon raised his head and looked at the white bear in surprise. What? The white bear said angrily, brothers, they want to rob us of our goods. Let's go. The brothers looked at each other. Big brother, even if you're a money grubber, you should at least take some time to be honest, right? We've accepted a commission to escort goods, and no one has robbed us along the way. We're very lucky. But now, you want to create one out of nothing. What are you trying to do? Although we all know what you're trying to do, can't you be a little more honest? Don't find such a vulgar excuse. The next moment, White Bear's majestic body had already rushed forward impatiently. He roared fiercely, let me tell you, you despicable fox demon, how dare you rob us of our Tao? I won't forgive you. Let me tell you, unless you give me all this honey, I won't let today's matter rest. As he spoke, the white bear impatiently picked up the big bowl of honey on the table and drank it in one gulp. His eyes widened. This is not ordinary honey. It's not even the ordinary high-grade stuff, it's purple crystal honey. Heavens! The next moment, the white bear's eyes turned red. He rushed forward like a whirlwind and with a wave of his hand, dozens of buckets of honey entered his spatial ring. Then, he waved his hand again, obviously not satisfied and not wanting to let go of any bit. I'm so happy. If this is a dream, please let me wake up later. Unfortunately, sweet dreams are never easy to wake up from. A hand that was like an iron hoop suddenly grabbed the white bear's wrist, ending his happy dream. Let me go. I want to keep all the honey. The white bear was furious. At this moment, apart from the priceless purple crystal honey, there was nothing else in his eyes. However, the next moment, he felt his wrist tighten. With a crack, one of his bones was broken. The white bear felt a sharp pain in his heart. He instinctively looked up and was shocked. The one who grabbed his wrist was the fox demon. At this moment, the fox demon was so angry that all the hair on his body stood on end. His eyes were like a deep whirlpool, like a sky full of stars spinning and twinkling in his eyes. His originally thin and small body suddenly swelled up. His entire body became abnormally huge, and the difference in size between him and White Bear was immediately reversed. A crown that had taken shape shone in midair, especially eye-catching. Still holding on to White Bear, he asked word by word, White Bear, what are you doing? The whole nest was silent. The white bear wet his pants and was dumbfounded on the spot. A Saint Emperor-level demonic beast. The white bear's mind was blank. The fox demon had a crown on his head, so it was very likely that he was a peak Saint Emperor-level demonic beast. He was already the strongest person in his team, but he was only a third-grade Saint King. How could he have rashly provoked such a death god? You said I wanted to rob you? The purple fox demon glared at the white bear. His eyes were like arrows, as if he wanted to eat him. No, 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 Senior, please spare me. This is a misunderstanding. The white bear knelt down with a thud. His chubby face was actually simple and honest. Senior, please spare me. Misunderstanding? Spare me? The fox demon was so angry that his whole body was trembling. You white bear, you are so unreasonable. I didn't provoke anyone. I was just drinking something by the roadside. You keep saying that I robbed you. Where did that come from? It's fine if you're AB****, but you rushed up to me and drank my priceless purple crystal honey without saying a word. Not only did you drink it all, you even snatched away dozens of buckets. If I didn't stop you, you wouldn't have left the rest for me, right? The intention of killing and robbing is clear. The fact of relying on force to commit murder is still vivid in my mind. How can there be such a misunderstanding in this world? The white bear's furry face had already turned purple from shock. He knelt on the ground, stammering and sweating profusely. The white bear's brothers also looked at each other and swarmed up to apologize. All of them were sweating profusely, their clothes drenched in sweat. This matter really couldn't be explained no matter what. As long as one wasn't stupid, they could see the whole story and the truth. This was obviously our own boss taking a fancy to the other party's honey. Just look at the saliva at the corner of his mouth, which he hadn't even wiped off yet. What was up with this fellow's obsession with honey? We are bears too. Why aren't we so useless? In fact, it wasn't the first time that this fellow, White Bear, had resorted to stealing honey. They were almost used to it. But this time, they had kicked an iron plate. You, a mere holy king, robbed a holy emperor's honey right in front of your face, and you still want to accuse him. There was no one else who had this kind of guts. That was purple crystal honey. The moment it entered his mouth, he should have been able to judge it. To be able to possess such honey, and such a large amount at that, how could it be someone easy to deal with? This time, White Bear was doomed. White Bear looked up, wanting to cry but having no tears. His heart and soul were about to split apart. The fox demon glared at White Bear and asked sinisterly, "You stupid bear, tell me, how do you want this matter to be settled?" White Bear was instantly pleasantly surprised. It seemed that although this lord was tyrannical, he was still very benevolent. He actually didn't take his life. That was great. Hot tears welled up in his eyes. Just now, he was so scared that he couldn't even cry. My lord, I deserve to die. I was bewitched. My lord is magnanimous. He kowtowed continuously. The dozens of barrels of purple crystal honey that had just been stored in the spatial ring were naturally taken out and placed neatly on the ground. White Bear's 7 or 8 brothers saw that the fox demon didn't kill him immediately and came over, kowtowing repeatedly. They were also afraid. The fear in their hearts was no less than White Bear's. It was reasonable for this senior to kill White Bear. It was easy for him to turn over his palm, and no one could say a word of objection. However, everyone was afraid that he would turn over his palm and kill the others as well. This was really something that happened in passing. "Senior, please forgive me." The fox demon frowned and said coldly, "Forgive me? How can I forgive you?" White Bear and his brothers were all stunned. How could he forgive me? How could he forgive me? I'll let you tell me what to do about this matter. Although this purple fox demon was tyrannical and unfathomable, he didn't have the intention to kill. Everyone could see this. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to reply. But at the same time, everyone saw that the fox demon seemed to want some benefits or compensation. White Bear trembled and said, "Senior, what do you think we should do?" As he spoke, he scolded himself. Was this stupid bear blinded by honey? Why did he do such a stupid thing today to provoke such an awesome person? Wasn't he courting death? Couldn't he have just hurried on his way? Look at the trouble he had caused. He was speechless. The purple fox demon shook his head and snorted. "If you only wanted some purple crystal honey, then forget it. I can understand the nature of the bear clan. But why did you slander my reputation and say that I was a robber? This is the greatest insult to me. This matter must not be taken lightly." "Yes, yes, yes, yes." White Bear lowered his voice and spoke in an extremely gentle tone. "Humph." The fox demon was still angry. "What I want to hear now is a solution." White Bear's head was full of sweat, but he didn't know how to respond. Just now, all his thoughts were on the purple crystal honey and he didn't have the heart to think about anything else. Now, it was the same. He couldn't even afford to pay for that bowl of purple crystal honey. How about this? You compensate me for the psychological damage and damage to my reputation. Of course, I've always been a person of great self-restraint, but I was infuriated by you. You'll have to compensate me for the loss of self-restraint. In addition, you'll have to compensate me for the bowl of purple crystal honey. The purple-haired fox demon said righteously, I didn't ask for much from you. That bowl of purple crystal honey, just sell it at the market price. As for the rest, a total of 1,000,000 Saint Origin coins. White Bear wailed loudly, large teardrops streaming down his face. Hehe Mobile Reading Access, M. Chapter 1244. Bai Xiong cried. I ate your purple crystal honey. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Since I ate your purple crystal honey, I should compensate you accordingly. Although the market price of purple crystal honey is ridiculously high, I gritted my teeth and accepted it. But that 1,000,000 Saint Origin coins? That's 1,000,000 Saint Origin coins. Could it be that our low cultivation level limits our understanding of the wealth of high-level cultivators? Our Saint Origin coins are not the same as the Bound of Universe's spirit stones. Although the Bound of Universe's spirit stones contain spiritual energy and can be used as an equivalent item, it can also assist in cultivation. In terms of practical value, it is indeed much better than the demon race's Saint Origin coins. But the demon race's Saint Origin coins are worth a lot. One Saint Origin coin is enough for an ordinary family of 10 to eat 2 months' worth of lifeline fruits. With 300 pieces, one could buy a medium-sized house in a place like Tianguan City where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. If he had more than 10,000 Saint Yuan coins on hand, he could be considered a millionaire. I've worked so hard for so many years and I've only earned a little. You want 1,000,000 Saint Origin coins, it's not even enough to skin all of us demon race. What's wrong? The fox demon's face darkened. Do you think I'm asking for too much? Well, the ancient beast here refers to some kind of ancient giant demon beast. The lion's big mouth doesn't live up to its name. Bai Xiong wailed. My lord. The 7 of us have worked so hard for more than 200 years and we haven't saved much money. My lord, you're asking for too much. The fox demon said, what do you mean? You keep saying you don't have money. Are you guys not going to compensate me? It's okay if you don't have money, I'll give you an extra one. Come at me together. If you can survive one move from me, your karma will be gone. If you can't, your karma will be gone too. The demon king in front of them was a peak saint emperor. Even if the 7 of them gave it their all and risked their lives to defend, there was no way they could withstand a single blow from the demon king. After a single blow, the karma was indeed over and they were all dead. How could it not be over? But the 7 of them understood this and were unwilling to let the game end here. They knelt down in unison and said, Sir, please spare us. It's not that we don't want to compensate you, but we really can't. The 7 of them were covered in tears and snot. We are just small characters who work hard. Our savings are limited. Now, it's really hard to earn money. The fox demon snorted, his murderous intent surging. If you don't have money, then you deserve to die. The 7 of them saw that the situation was far from good. Trembling with fear, they began to dig into their pockets. He took out all the things in his spatial ring and piled them up in a messy pile. Senior, this is all we have. If there's anything you like, we won't say anything else. The fox demon was speechless. The demon looked over and saw that there were only a few monster cores, and they were all low-grade. There were also some monster beast hides that were all missing. There were also some low-grade medicines that were simply unsightly. After that, there were close to 300,000 Saint Yuan coins that were emitting a faint white light. That's it? That's all you have? The fox demon looked at the 7 monsters in front of him in surprise. "That's it, that's really it," White Bear said while crying. The fox demon's expression became even uglier. "Do you really think I don't know what's going on? With just this little bit of wealth, you're clearly trying to humiliate me. All of you have cultivated to the Saint King level, so no matter what, you should have accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. By only offering this little, you're clearly trying to fool me." White Bear wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Milord, you've wronged us. We were born into a poor family, and since we were young, we've had no permanent assets. The path of cultivation is rugged and difficult. We've only been able to cultivate to this point because we've been accumulating bit by bit to reach our current realm. Even this wealth in front of us is because we haven't found a wife yet, so we've saved up this little bit of wealth." As he spoke, he felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't speak. "We've actually been very diligent, and this amount of wealth is already enough to make us rich in Sky Crown City. We've earned a lot, but how could the cost of cultivation be small? No wonder you wanted to rob me, and it was a thief crying thief. It turns out that you're just 7 poor bastards who have no intention of a fair trade," the fox demon said disdainfully. "Step forward." The 7 monsters took a step forward in confusion, but were shocked to find that the fox demon had actually grabbed White Bear and the others and was using his divine sense to search their bodies. The 7 monsters naturally didn't dare to resist and allowed the fox demon to search their bodies, but they couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. This great monster's cultivation is high, but his vision is really not high. The monster race respects the strong. In front of a powerful great monster, how would we dare to hide anything? Why do we need to search them like this and lower ourselves in vain? The fox demon completely ignored the surprised gazes of the other monsters and carefully searched every corner of their bodies. Suddenly, "What's hanging around your neck?" The fox demon pointed to a white bear. Just now, this fellow had taken out the least, nothing at all, less than 1,000 Saint Origin coins in total. Yes. I prepared." The colorful white bear stammered. "Yes. I prepared a piece of spiritual yuan stone for my fiancée to propose to." As he spoke, he clumsily pulled it from his neck and presented it with both hands. "If Lord likes it, please take it." "Fiancé?" The fox demon's eyes immediately focused on that piece of spiritual yuan stone, his gaze strange. What spiritual yuan stone? Wasn't this the spiritual jade of the bound of universe? And it was just a piece of mid-grade spiritual jade. In the bound of universe, even the most common heaven and earth treasures, spirit roots and spirit seedlings could be exchanged for some mid-grade trading currency. Could it be that spiritual jade was actually so valuable here in the monster realm? This self-deprecating fox demon, no, the black and white double demons of the past, the great sect master Yun, who had been plucked by swallows, could not help but look at the mountainous pile of high-grade spiritual jades and a considerable amount of top-grade spiritual jades in his spiritual sense space. How much were these worth? "Forget it, you can keep it to find a wife," Yun Yang sighed. "It seems that you all have had a hard time. If that's the case, I won't go too far and be kind to others." With a roll of his sleeves, he rolled up about 10,000 Saint Origin coins and said, "Karma begets karma, there's a beginning and an end. Even if you all have had a hard time, it can't be the reason for your mistake this time. I'll only accept the equivalent of a bowl of amethyst honey. As for the other compensation, you all have to do something for me in exchange. Lord, please speak." Of course, the 7 of them didn't dare to say that a bowl of amethyst honey wasn't worth that much money. Although it is indeed a good thing, with a price but no supply, it can be used to beautify a banshee and nourish a cultivator's meridians. But you've gone through a lot of trouble. The market price is at most 12,000 Saint Origin coins, but you took 10,000. But who would dare to say this in their hearts? This lord didn't want their lives and didn't take away all these hundreds of thousands of Saint Origin coins. That was obviously very kind. Why don't you try offending other adults? They would just annihilate you without a second word. This reputed one came here and met an old rival by chance. It was inevitable that we had a fight. Yunyang sighed. Although I didn't lose, I coincidentally broke the spatial ring. The water has its source and the tree has its roots. If it weren't for this accident, this wouldn't have happened. Yunyang rolled his eyes. This reputed one was just fretting about what to do with so much amethyst honey, and then a silly bear like you came looking for trouble. Hearing this, White Bear couldn't help thumping his chest and stomping his feet, sobbing uncontrollably. How unlucky am I to have come across such a miraculous event? A demon asked obediently, may I ask how Senior wants us juniors to serve you? If there's anything you want us to do, we will obey without hesitation. There's nothing else. I just want you all to help me transport these things into Celestial Crown City. Yunyang was very generous. As long as you all do this well, I won't pursue this matter. Hearing this, White Bear and the others hurriedly agreed, yes, yes. Thank you, Lord, for your magnanimity and magnanimity. The demons were full of flattery, but it came from the bottom of their hearts. This lord in front of them was really a kind-hearted person. We've already been offended, but he only asked us to do this. It was obvious that he was setting a trap for us and giving us a way out. There was nothing to say about his magnanimity. As for the 10,000 saint coins, they definitely deserved it. Not to mention that they had drunk the amethyst honey, just the fact that they could feel the aura of a royal saint pinnacle expert was not something that could be done with 10,000 saint coins. But when they turned their heads again, the 7 fairies all had worried expressions on their faces. The Lord Demon King's request was not difficult. It was not even a problem, but how were they going to transport it? The cart was already filled to the brim with their own goods, and the few space rings that they and the others had could not contain so much purple crystal honey at all. If Bai Xiong's space ring was big enough, he would have stored it all at once. How could he only have a small portion, and the others were in a worse situation than Bai Xiong? Then, the demons came to a conclusion. The Lord's broken spatial ring was really big to be able to hold so many things. He was indeed a strong expert. Sir, please wait here for a moment. White Bear said flatteringly, I'll ask my brothers to quickly get a few carts back. The purple crystal honey is a good item that has a price but no supply. It must not be touched. Even the slightest loss is undeserved. Yunyang rolled his eyes impatiently. I know. Go and do it quickly. Bear-san. White Bear stood up and ordered, quick, go find a few carts for Lord. Bear-san was White Bear. Hearing this, he looked conflicted and scratched his head. Where to? Bastard. White Bear was furious. Go wherever you can get it. If you don't go quickly and delay Lord's business, I'll King kill you. Now that his life was no longer in danger, the domineering aura of a big brother could finally be seen. White Bear agreed quickly and turned to run away. White Bear, what's your name? It looked like he could not leave any time soon. Let's have a chat. Reporting to Lord, White Bear bye. White Bear bowed. White Bear bye. The corners of Yunyang's lips twitched. White Bear bye, King White Bear, was there a black bear? What about them? What are their names? These are my twin brothers, White Bear Black and White Bear Blue. White Bear pointed at the other 2 white bears who were equally brawny. Cough, cough. Good names. Yunyang coughed. It was obviously all white from what he saw. Why were Black and Blue here? These are my sworn brothers, from the same tribe. This is Black Bear 1, this is Black Bear 2, and this is Flower Bear 7. The one who left is Flower Bear 3. White Bear was ashamed as well. Xian knows that his name isn't nice and loud, but our parents are really uncultured. Xian's sworn brothers, their parents are even more uncultured. Us brothers at least have some color, but they just call it 1, 2, 3. At the end of his speech, he actually became somewhat complacent, as if he was proud of himself. Yunyang was dumbfounded. He did not understand where his sense of superiority came from at all. Actually, the Bear clan is already much more blessed than the Rat clan. White Bear's sense of superiority grew. I know a Saint King level cultivator from the Rat clan. His name is Flower Rat 3748. White Bear actually couldn't help but smile. No matter how cultured his parents were, it would be difficult for them to give their thousands of children the same name. And the snake tribe, wahahaha, the flower snake tribe has hundreds of eggs in a single nest. It's normal for them to be called Hua Ban, ha 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 ha. As he spoke, White Bear seemed to have said something funny. But it's still not as good as the Big Fish clan. Burp. Under Yunyang's exasperated gaze, White Bear actually plopped down on the ground, his huge paws slapping the ground as he guffawed like a madman. It was only slightly inferior to laughing until his stomach burst from all the laughter. Ha ha ha. His 5 brothers were glaring at him from the side, exasperated. Looking at this fellow who had caused such a disaster, they thought, why are you laughing so happily when the biggest trouble is still right in front of you? I just want to ask, you've provoked a god and made your brothers kneel at the edge of life and death, but you're still so happy? It's really hard to name those who can give birth to thousands and tens of thousands of children in a nest. Yunyang sighed. Is it a mistake for a team like mine to enter Sky Crown City? That's not it. Not many of them will survive even if there are thousands or tens of thousands of them. More than 99% will die young. White Bear's eyes widened. Xian was just thinking of what if they were to give names one by one. Ha ha ha. White Bear laughed loudly again, and did not stop for a long time. Now, even the expelling race drivers could not hold themselves back anymore. Every demon in the entire convoy looked at this crazy bear with a frown on their faces. Was there something wrong with the bear? It had to be. It was accurate, there was no room for error. The trip to the demon clan had begun. This should be the last major plot of the book. After the demon race, it ended. Apt, Mobile Reading Access, M. Chapter 1245. Listening to White Bear's rambling, Yunyang was so angry that he almost reverted to his human form. There must be something wrong with this bear's head. He must have forgotten to take the wrong medicine and eaten fake medicine. You've offended me and we haven't settled it yet, have we? You can actually laugh so happily, there's really no one else like you. Yunyang looked at the bear from the corner of his eyes. This fellow's huge head was definitely not filled with brain matter. It was either cotton, water, or cotton mixed with water. For the first time, Yunyang felt a tinge of guilt and regret. Although his original intention was to find a team of stupid fellows to enter Tianguan City, this was too stupid. Although it was not a crime to deceive fools these days, it was still a little unbearable. Taking a deep breath to control his temper, Yunyang said indifferently, the demon race's reproductive ability is much better than that of humans. This is also where our race's advantage lies. It is also because of this reason that the battlefield will never lack our warriors. White Bear grinned, Sir is right, it is very reasonable, it is thought-provoking, and it is well received. Yunyang felt a little speechless. What was this thing saying? It was very reasonable and thought-provoking? This is something that everyone knows, okay? Oh my god. This reputed one is also forced to make a living this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way here. Yunyang, who was the fox demon, began to sigh sadly. White Bear rolled his eyes, his gaze full of disbelief and disbelief. Sir, you too, does that mean, such a prominent figure like you would actually have a financial crisis? The bear race is not smart, but we are not so easily deceived. Forced to make a living? Yunyang sighed. The strongest among you now is only at the level of a holy king, but how much resources have you consumed to cultivate to this point? Do you feel that the resources consumed now are already astronomical, but the resources needed in the future are even more unimaginable? Even if you work hard every day, you still can't make ends meet. But do you know how much resources are needed to maintain the needs of cultivation at my level? White Bear and his brothers fell into deep thought, their expressions changing. The daily needs of peak holy venerable Xiaofan were beyond their knowledge, but it was also astounding. Although there's a difference in cultivation between you and me, as a high-level cultivator, the situation is similar every time you're about to break through. It's normal that you can't run away anymore. You have to rush over in one go. And at that time, how many treasures of heaven and earth will be needed? If there's a sudden lack of resources during the breakthrough, it'll be a waste of effort and the failure of the breakthrough will be secondary. Yunyang chuckled. Do you know what the most serious consequence is? White Bear stammered, Qi deviation. Yunyang shook his head. Wrong. Qi deviation is only the lightest case. At that level, only Qi deviation can make people feel lucky. The most serious case is death, with both the spirit and spirit destroyed. The demons sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. This reputed one is now at the last step. I came out this time to look for some opportunities and try to break through. I didn't expect to meet an old opponent that I've been fighting for half my life. Yunyang sighed dejectedly. I really don't know if this reputed one's fate has come to an end. My spatial ring was destroyed in the battle a few days ago, and I've lost about 70 to 80% of my resources. I'm only left with this bit of amethyst honey, but I've also met you guys. Do you think 1,000,000 saint coins would attract this reputed one? White Bear looked ashamed. But you guys. Yunyang frowned. You don't look young anymore. Why do you only have such a low cultivation base? White Bear said shamefully, we're all relying on our family heritage and innate talents. Our innate talents are shallow, there's no strong cultivator willing to take us in as disciples, and we don't have quality resources to support our cultivation. We're able to come this far because our brothers fought each other every day, slowly honing our skills. What we cultivate is the lowest level of our demon race, the demonic saint art. The brothers lowered their heads in dejection, the previous jovial atmosphere gone. What a pity. Yunyang sighed. You guys are dumb, but your temperaments aren't bad. Especially after such a long period of training, you forged yourselves into pure gold and unpolished jade. If someone with a discerning eye could sculpt you. It's a pity that this reputed one has to return as soon as possible after dealing with this matter. I don't have time. White Bear and the rest's eyes lit up at once. Although they were a little stupid, they weren't really stubborn. They couldn't understand it no matter what. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cultivate the most basic demonic saint arts to the current level. Without any eye contact, the 6 bears knelt on the ground. Lord! My lord, we're willing to acknowledge you as our master, please take us in. Our words are the law, and we won't regret it even if we die 9 times. As soon as they finished, they kowtowed continuously, not listening for a long time. A certain fox demon senior did not know whether to laugh or cry. I only said it's a pity, and that I don't have time, but when did I say that I want to take you guys in as disciples? White Bear and the rest only kowtowed. Perhaps it was a collective epiphany that struck these fellows. They did not even use their demonic energy to protect themselves, only causing their 6 heads to bleed profusely. They were dumb, but they knew that this was a rare opportunity for their brothers and that it would not come again if they missed it. It was rare for an almighty figure to reveal a little bit of his true nature, and to admire them as well. If they missed this chance, there might not be another one in this lifetime. Yunyang frowned. Even if you guys smash your heads, I'll never take you in as disciples. Don't blame me for being too frank. Even if your temperaments are worthy of admiration, your talents are still too poor to be my disciples. White Bear Bai and the rest only kowtowed and begged, "Please accept us, my lord." Blood had already formed a pool, a ghastly sight to behold, but the sound of the kowtowing did not stop. Instead, it grew louder and deeper. White Bear Bai pleaded desperately, my lord, although we brothers have some cultivation base, we're still the lowest of the lowest in this demon plane. No demon has ever looked up to us, and no demon has ever looked us in the eye. Walking in the demon plane, even a small demon that can be poked to death with a finger dares to humiliate us. It's just because we don't have a backer. Even though we're angry, we don't dare to offend them, we're suffering. Please have mercy, my lord. We want to become stronger. We want to become demon kings too. White Bear Bai kowtowed to the ground, and with a loud thud, a large pool of blood spurted out. If we miss this chance, there'll be no hope for us in this lifetime. Please have mercy, my lord. Yunyang finally sighed. All right. Get up, all of you, you gluttons. I'll probably stay here for a few months. During this period of time, you can ask me if you have any questions. However, there's one thing you have to understand. You're not my disciples. If you dare to show off in the name of my disciples, I'll take your lives regardless of the reason. Yunyang said, will this do? Just take it as a form of good karma that I've forged in this world of mortals. White Bear Bai and the rest kowtowed hard. Disciples pay respect to master. I've said that I won't take you in. This will never happen. Whether master accepts us or not, in our hearts, we're master's disciples. Yunyang sighed. Get up quickly. What's the point of all these big and burly men kneeling and sprawling? White Bear and the others kowtowed once more before standing up. Although their heads were bleeding profusely, and blood flowed all over the ground, all of them had smiles on their faces and were in high spirits. Master. I've told you many times, don't call me master, Yunyang sighed again and again. I really don't know if it's right or wrong to take you fellows in, is it karma or ill-fated karma? White Bear Bai and the rest only smiled foolishly, but no one answered him. Obviously, they were not really stupid, these saint coins, and Tianguan City, and this, the spiritual crystal that fellow took out just now, it's obviously from the bound of universe. How can it be used as a token of love? Is there a secret behind this? Yunyang began to clear up his doubts. As he got closer to the densely populated demon cities, he could no longer completely conceal himself with his manifestation powers. He had to arrange a public identity for himself so that it would be convenient for him to carry out his follow-up actions. At the same time, he had to familiarize himself with some basic affairs of the demon race so that he would not be exposed. Otherwise, why would he go in when he would be in the dark after entering? Hua Xiongsan had gone to look for a carriage, but with his demonic bloodline and financial resources, it was estimated that he would not be able to return anytime soon. The bear demons eagerly set up a tent for their master, and respectfully invited their master to sit and wait. Then, they all squeezed into the tent one by one. The closer he was to his master, the better. This situation naturally formed a unique tea party. After some conversation, Yunyang finally had a more intuitive understanding of the myriad demon plane. The myriad demon plane was indeed a barren land. There was not enough to eat, not enough to drink, and the cultivation resources were so scarce that it made one's hair stand on end. Although there was a heaven-defying grain fruit like the lifeline fruit, it was far from enough compared to the population of the demon race. It was not a drop in the bucket, but a drop in the bucket. The reason was still what Yunyang had said just now. The demon race's reproductive ability was too terrifying. This was the strongest characteristic of the demon race, but it was also their fatal weakness. Take a couple from the rat race as an example. They could give birth once a month, and each litter could have at least a dozen mice. It was common for the rat race to have more than a dozen mice. It was because the rat race's vitality and ability to adapt to the environment were unusually strong. Usually, they would mature after 3 months and could find a partner to reproduce. To put it more intuitively, when a rat race couple gave birth to their 12th litter of mouse babies in a year, they would also welcome their 9th litter of great-grandchildren at the same time. In a year's time, the number of offspring produced by this rat race couple alone would exceed 10,000. Moreover, this was the most conservative and lowest number. In a month's time, the number would increase by almost 10 times, which would be 100,000. Although the rat race's vitality and ability to adapt to the environment were not the same as their cultivation talent, more than 95% of them were ordinary mice with a lifespan of 1 or 2 years at most, or they would die at birth. Based on the rat race's reproductive level, they would still produce many offspring with cultivation talent. As long as they were mice with cultivation talent, their lifespan would definitely not be an ordinary 2 or 3 years. It was unpredictable. How many offspring of the rat race would be born if they continued to reproduce like this? The number would be so huge that it was impossible to calculate. It was terrifying to imagine. It was not that the demon emperor did not see the crisis of survival resources and gave the order to control the population of the demon race, starting from the start of reproduction. However, many of the demon race's lifespan was very short. Often, when the order was given, they would not even be born. In this process, without waiting for the notice, they would have already completed the reproduction task that far exceeded the expected number. Then, when they finally received the notice, they would already be old or dying. There were even many who did not receive the notice even until their deaths. After so many plans, the results were minimal. The upper echelons of the demon race also accepted their fate. It was impossible to control the reproduction. Furthermore, even if you could control mice, bears, and wolves, how could you control the microscopic demon race like mosquitoes and ants? Also, how could you control the fish race? In the end, they were simply left to their own devices. Apart from those who were especially talented, some arrangements would be made. The rest would be left to their own devices. It was precisely because of this specific living environment that the demon race had never believed in justice since ancient times. Instead, they believed in the survival of the fittest. The most extreme and direct way was to eliminate the weak and keep the strong. There was a saying in the world that snakes eat mice for half a year, and mice eat snakes for half a year. The general idea was that snakes and mice were natural enemies. Within a year, snakes that were not in hibernation would eat mice on sight. In contrast, mice were the biggest enemies of dormant snakes. Countless hibernating snakes were eaten by mice. This situation also existed in the demon realm, and was even more severe. As cultivators, the snake demon and rat demon were natural opposites. The conflict between them was even more prominent. Almost every time they met, they would fight. However, the stronger one would live, and the weaker one would die. And such an example did not only apply to species that were mutually exclusive. For example, if the chicken race was strong, then they could eat the phoenix. There was no such thing as racial suppression. Eat, eat, eat whatever you want, as long as you can eat it. By right, the annual yield of the fruit of lifeline would be hundreds of billions of kilograms. If it were in the bound of universe, they would still be rich if they ate as much as they wanted. However, for the demon race, it was far from enough. Even with the addition of other crops, it was still far from enough. Therefore, every year, there would be more than billions of demon race members killed each other, becoming food for their opponents. But there were even more who did not have the talent to cultivate. They were destined to die silently the moment they were born. This was the cruel reality of the demon race. It was bloody but helpless. Sky Crown City is the territory of the Crane Demon King. It is one of the more orderly cities in the Plains of Demons. White Bear Bai explained about Sky Crown City. In the Plains of Demons, there are not more than 100 such large and orderly cities. For other cities, entering the city is equivalent to entering a bandit's lair or a fighting ring. If not for their strength, they would never enter. In a city like that, if you want to do business without a certain level of cultivation base, you won't be able to find anything in more than an hour. Not even your skin and bones will be left. White Bear Bai's face was pale. Master, your cultivation base is profound and has reached the pinnacle of the royal saint. But from what you said earlier, you must have climbed up step by step. You should know that when cultivators of our generation go out to gather resources, it's already a narrow escape. When we come back to trade for resources, it's another narrow escape. Master, from the moment we're born, before we open our eyes, until the moment we close our eyes, we're always fighting. The other bears were weeping as well. Other than not fighting in the womb, we have to face death at other times. White Bear Bai grinned. I heard that I had a few brothers who were crushed to death by my father when he turned over in his sleep when they were just born. Yun Yang was speechless. I didn't expect the world to be so chaotic after years of closed-door cultivation. It's sad for the demon race, sad for the demon race. Yun Yang sighed. Isn't that right? White Bear Bai was full of resentment as well. Yun Yang's indirect questioning confirmed another important fact. As the demon race was poor, they could only make some iron sheets and stamp them with a unique seal. These were the so-called sacred coins. They were not like the Bound of Universe, where spiritual jade was used as a currency of equivalent value. It was more practical and could be spent while absorbing energy for cultivation. To the demon race here, this was a fantasy. Why did they have to be so extravagant? Was there really such a thing? Many demons with low cultivation base would not believe it even if they said it out loud. Boasting. Even we demon emperors don't have such a rich family background. This situation had led to another matter. Once the Bound of Universe's spiritual jade was brought to the demon race, it would be considered a valuable item. An unparalleled treasure. Just now, White Bear San had said that he would use the spiritual jade to give to his fiancée as a token of love, an engagement gift. It was true indeed. Although it was only a piece of mid-class spiritual jade, it was more than enough. His father-in-law would feel very proud, especially since his daughter would have someone to rely on for life. His son-in-law was the best, his daughter would never make a mistake in this lifetime. However, after listening to the introduction, Yun Yang could not help feeling a little overwhelmed. Was this really the case? Could this be the main reason why the demon race wanted to rush to the Bound of Universe so desperately? F***ck, if it were me, I'd rather go to the Bound of Universe to be someone's pet, than stay here. I have quite a lot of the spiritual jade from the human realm that you all view as treasures. Is this thing very rare? Yun Yang mused. White Bear Bai's eyes widened. Master, you have the unparalleled treasure from the Bound of Universe? Unparalleled treasure, Yun Yang was speechless. Putting aside the supreme-class spiritual jade, Yun Yang's spatial ring contained countless upper-class spiritual jade and mid-class spiritual jade. After all, when the black and white ruthless duo traded with the Commerce League, what they gained the most was the spiritual jade. On the contrary, there was not even a piece of lower-class spiritual jade. After all, the price-performance ratio was too low. Back then, I had accepted a secret mission to infiltrate the human race. Yun Yang looked as if he could not bear to recall the past as he said slowly, when the mission was completed and I returned to the demon realm, I was discovered by the human experts guarding the sacred mountain. After a great battle, not only was I severely injured, my cultivation base had also fallen by half. I was unable to recover from the setback, so I became disheartened and decided to live in seclusion. Although Yun Yang's words were lamenting the past, to White Bear Bai and the rest of the demon race, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. It was too amazing. My master was so amazing back then. Not only had he gone to the human realm and caused trouble, but his cultivation base had also fallen and he still had an unreachable profound cultivation base. What kind of almighty being must Master have been in the past? The fox demon that Yun Yang had transformed into looked up at the sky and did not speak for a long while. Suddenly, he sighed softly, "I'm old. I wonder when I can recover to 9 tails." After saying that, 8 large furry tails unexpectedly appeared behind his buttocks. They gently swayed, and then seemed to have suddenly discovered something. He frowned, and with a swoosh, the 8 furry tails retracted. Only one was left, squatting on the ground and continuing to sigh. However, White Bear Bai and the other bears' eyes widened at once, feeling their hearts thumping wildly. 8 tails. That was obviously 8 tails, 8 clear tails. Did this mean that their master was a master of the Fox clan? Listening to their master, it seemed like he had fallen from 9 tails. Oh my God, the bears' mouths were parched and they were speechless for a moment. Don't tell others about my background so easily. Yun Yang's weathered voice rang again, "My enemies in the demon plane, not to say that they are scattered all over the place, almost scattered all over the place, enemies." White Bear shuddered at the sound of it. Oh my God. You must have made enemies when you were 9 tails, right? Then your enemies, what kind of people are they? My enemies, any one of them, can annihilate your entire clan. It's not a joke to turn them into ashes with a flick of a finger, it really only takes a flick of a finger. Yun Yang glanced at White Bear Bai and smiled amiably. The bears broke out in a cold sweat. That scared them to death. So my previous identity is no longer needed. Yun Yang sighed, as long as I enter the city with my past identity. I'm afraid that Sky Crown City will be reduced to, understood. White Bear Bai became smart at once. Master, your enemies must be influential figures, right? Yun Yang's weathered gaze said, I'm ashamed to say this, one of them is the current king of the Fox clan. The few bears began to tremble like a pendulum. Master, you're ruthless. You're really ruthless. What identity should I use? Yun Yang looked at White Bear Bai and the other bears with a frown. Even if this white bear leader could not react in time, there were still other bears. 2 heads were better than 1, they could not all be idiots. The bears were deep in thought, none of them speaking for a long time. Yun Yang secretly rolled his eyes. F***ck me, I shouldn't have counted on these bears to come up with a solution. Rather than counting on them, I might as well just flash my human identity and charge in. Forget it, I'll just go straight to the mission. The few of you, think of a way to get me a similar identity. Yun Yang said matter-of-factly, if I were to go in with an unregistered identity, with my cultivation base, it would be troublesome and no matter where I go, with a mission, the only thing to think of was how to complete it. This was much simpler and more direct. White Bear Bai jumped up excitedly, thumping his chest loudly. Don't worry, Master, leave it all to this disciple. Chapter 1246. Applying for leave for 2 days. Applying for leave for I am supreme. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 1247. That afternoon, White Bear San finally came back with a convoy of carriages. It couldn't be helped. Yun Yang had brought out quite a lot of things, and it was impossible to fit all of them. That night, Yun Yang's identity as a demon was revealed. It was a white stone plate. When spiritual qi was injected into it, a purple furry fox head would appear, with an introduction next to it. Violet of the Fox Clan. In order to get this plate, White Bear San had spent 10,000 Saint Origin coins for nothing. Well, the name Violet was given by White Bear San. Master, this name is good, isn't it? It's far better than the vulgarity of my generation. White Bear San looked very pleased with himself. Yunyang sighed from the bottom of his heart. Damn it, what else does your family know besides color? Forget it, Violet is Violet. It's just a name, I'll endure it. That night, the long line of carriages finally entered Tianguan City. Yunyang finally saw the so-called peace of this city. After entering, before they could find a place to stay, they encountered 4 or 5 waves of robbers. What a peace! The dozens of human-shaped cranes at the city gate, as well as the strong men with large wings drooping on both sides of their bodies, turned a blind eye to the robberies and fights close at hand, because their job was only to check the identity of the passers-by and collect fees. No matter if foreign demons entered or left the city, they all had to pay 1 Saint Origin coin at a time, without exception. The demons in the city or within the territory of the Crane clan did not have to pay to enter or leave. As for those without an identity, they had to pay 100 Saint Origin coins at a time, and an additional 5,000 Saint Origin coins to apply for an identity certificate. This is a good business, it's very promising. Yunyang was deeply impressed, even amazed. It had to be said that the demon race had a strong reproductive ability, and those without an identity could be found everywhere. This kind of fee was simply unreasonable. If this were to happen in the human clan, there would definitely be great chaos. However, this scene was carried out in the demon clan. It was natural and logical. All the demons actually felt that it was only natural. However, what Yunyang did not understand was that there was an unusually large crane perched on the battlement of the city gate. It was covered in snow-white feathers and its eyes were bloodshot, standing out from the rest. It should be the commander of this area, ready to take down and punish the disobedient demons at any time. Its cultivation base was already at the level of a royal saint, and it was rather impressive. With this person in charge, it would be difficult for the ordinary demons to cause any trouble. If they did, they would be courting death. In spite of this, Yunyang quickly came to a conclusion about this fellow. This fellow was very lazy, removing his lazy gaze that looked like he was about to fall asleep. It seemed that as long as the city gate was fine, everything would be fine for him, and he would not care about anything. When it was Yunyang's turn to enter the gate, he was the first to prove this point. The gate guard glanced up and White Bear stuffed a handful of Saint Origin coins into his hands, nodding and bowing with a fawning smile. It's this old fox. Obviously, this was the fellow that White Bear had looked for last night. He turned his long neck and said, "Let's go in." Just as Yunyang and the rest entered the city gate, a few shadows suddenly flashed in the shadows by the roadside. A few skunk-like fellows rushed to the grain carts as if they had gone mad, and each of them picked up a lifeline fruit and was about to rush out. Faced with this scene, whether it was the gate guard or his subordinates, none of them moved, as if they did not see anything, as if they were used to it. On the contrary, White Bear and the other bears reacted quickly. White Bear called out, and the 7 bear brothers attacked together. The skunk spat out blood and fell to the side of the road, motionless. It was obvious that they would not be able to survive. They were actually killing without any mercy. Just as they pressed on, another wave of skunks came from the other side, one after the other, without the slightest hesitation because of the dead demons in front of them. White Bear and the rest handled the situation with ease. Another wave of skunks was dealt with, and only then did the carriages enter the city, temporarily safe. However, after walking for less than 1,000 feet, another group of demons rushed over. All of them were emaciated and their eyes were green. It was obvious that they were starving. When they saw the fruit of life, they didn't even care about their lives. Whoosh, 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 White Bear Bai and the rest hollered as they exerted their full strength, glaring menacingly. Finally, another wave of skunks retreated, but not long after, another wave of skunks came, and the fight began again. Looking at the demons who charged forward without any regard for their own lives, Yun Yang was exasperated. "Is this the peaceful place you were talking about?" White Bear Bai fought back bravely. His thick and strong arms swung the thick and strong pole. "Master, this situation is already considered very good. It's very peaceful." Yun Yang was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. "Do you have some misunderstanding about the word peace? We've fought 7 to 8 times in less than 3 steps, and we've taken at least 100 lives. How can you say that it's peaceful and very good?" This old man is really speechless. The carriages turned and entered a wide avenue, but it was filled with people. People? Yun Yang's gaze was fixed on them as he took a closer look. It was only then that he could see that these people, who were dressed in robes, were actually demons in disguise. From here on, there was no more fighting. There was even the melodious sound of silk pipes coming from the front, and the aroma of various foods wafted into his nostrils. There were stalls by the roadside, some selling clothes, some selling food, and there were restaurants, ghosthouses. There seemed to be brothels, and brothels, all of them clean and tidy. The scene reflected in his eyes was like a different world from what was happening hundreds of feet away, as if it was a lifetime ago. "Master, as long as we're here, we'll be safe. The path we just took is probably the slums. It's inevitable that we'll be robbed by demons." White Bear Bai heaved a sigh of relief. "This is the inner city. Here, even if you rob a copper coin, you'll be beheaded. Only places with such an inner city can be considered a place of order. So, this is really a holy land of peace." White Bear Bai looked at the scene in front of him and said with satisfaction and comfort, "Let's find a place to stay first and let Master rest. Let's go and hand in the mission." Yun Yang checked into the guest house successfully. He closed his eyes to rest in his room, but in fact, he was planning the next step of the plan. The Crane clan was also a demon race that was gifted in flying, and the demon that entered the bound of universe to kidnap human youths first had to have the talent to fly. If so, whether or not the Crane clan was involved in this operation, they should have some understanding of it. The problem now was, how should he carry out the follow-up? Chapter 1248. After about an hour, White Bear, and the others slowly came back, each of them beaming with joy. Before Yun Yang could ask, White Bear Bai took the initiative to explain that not only had he successfully received his reward, he had also given him an extra 2,000 saint coins. They had earned a total of 3,000 Yuan coins from this trip, a huge profit indeed. This must be related to that ring. I just don't know what's inside that ring. Zhang Heng muttered to himself. Just a spatial ring and they've given us so much more reward. Why didn't they come a few more times for this kind of work? Every day, the more the better. How regretful. Why didn't I open it secretly to broaden my horizons? Yun Yang was in the room, his expression filled with utter disdain. Of course, White Bear Bai and the rest did not know what was in the storage ring, but how could it escape the sharp eyes of the great sect leader Yun? He had seen it long ago. If it was really something good, how could the 9-feet-high sect leader Yun let it go? He would have taken it away long ago. Why would he leave it for the receiving demons to receive? There was only a sword in the ancient ring. The quality of the sword was only equivalent to the bound of universe's upper-class standard. How could it possibly catch Yun Yang's attention? There were also some so-called treasures of heaven and earth, but they were all useful to the demon race, but they were not top-notch goods. Not wanting to alert the enemy, Yun Yang let them go with the mentality that the loss outweighed the gain. Of course, The main reason was that the goods were too ordinary, they could not pique a certain someone's interest anymore. After that, Yunyang casually gave a few pointers to the bear's cultivation base. With just a few words, the bear's cultivation base actually showed signs of a breakthrough. White Bear Bai and the rest felt as if they had seen a celestial being. Master was amazing indeed. He was indeed a top-notch expert of the older generation. The so-called profound words of wisdom and enlightenment were probably nothing more than this, right? While the demon bears rejoiced, they were even more thankful for their good luck. They had inexplicably stumbled into the gates of hell, but they had managed to walk out of the path of survival. Not only did they walk out of the path of survival, they had even found a master like this. Their luck was unparalleled. The next morning, White Bear, White, and the others rented a stall next to the inn, placed the goods they had harvested during this period of time on it, and began to peddle. Anything that was slightly more valuable could be sent to the auction house, but the things that White Bear White and the others were selling were not qualified to be auctioned. In other words, although these things were exchanged after risking their lives, compared to real treasures, they were not worth much at all. They were not worth much at all. With a thought, Yunyang took out 2 jars of amethyst honey and filled them into 100 small bottles for White Bear Bai to sell. You can only take out 10 bottles at a time. He would take it out every hour. The bowl you drank earlier was diluted. This one is undiluted. Also, this master's amethyst honey is extraordinary. It's the honey of the queen bee. How can ordinary amethyst honey compare to it? This was indeed the honey of the queen bee. Although amethyst honey was a premium item that was priceless in the outside world, it was already common to Yunyang. Yunyang, who had Emmy's support, naturally made a fuss about the quality of the honey. Actually, the honey of the queen bee was just an ordinary item that Yunyang had casually given away. Above it was the amethyst queen bee's honey of a higher grade. That was the dream of amethyst honey, an unparalleled treasure. What? Amethyst queen bee's honey? Isn't that a premium item that is many times more precious than ordinary amethyst honey? Master, you can totally send this to the auction house. Letting us sell it like this is simply a reckless waste of a treasure. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Sending it to the auction house will only invite unnecessary trouble. How much is the price of your honey then? 20,000 saint coins per bottle. Or, you can exchange it with treasures of equivalent value. Remember, only items of equivalent value can be exchanged. If the other party is a wise person, they will naturally give you something of equivalent value. Yunyang quickly decided on the price. 20,000 for a small bottle of undiluted amethyst queen bee's honey could not be considered cheap. It should be said that it was free. If it was sent to the auction house, the starting bid alone would be at least 100,000 per bottle. However, Yunyang's goal was not money. What he needed was to stir up a storm and use this premium amethyst queen bee's honey to test the waters. As expected, once the amethyst queen bee's honey was displayed, it immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. It was even bought by a buyer who had some savings and a keen eye. After confirming it, the news spread like wildfire. Countless demons in the city gathered in this direction. This was especially so for the banshees, whose eyes were shining brightly without looking away. Other than the effect of nourishing a cultivator's meridians and bones, the amethyst honey also had another legendary miraculous effect. If consumed regularly, it could maintain one's youth forever. Eternal youth was an irresistible temptation to women, demonesses, and all female lifeforms in the world. 10 bottles of amethyst queen bee's honey were sold out very quickly, and they had only been sold to 3 stores. The first to get it was naturally the buyer who had a keen eye. However, she only had a keen eye and limited financial resources. She had only bought 2 bottles before she had nothing left. However, it was already a great opportunity to get her hands on a bottle of amethyst queen bee's honey. As the news spread, a beautiful Crane tribe woman who had heard the news wanted to buy it all in one go. However, another woman came after her. Both parties fought with all their might, so she had no choice but to give up half of the honey. However, the two banshees did not leave after they had bought it. Instead, they stood at the side and watched. It was obvious that they had not had enough. They wanted to see if White Bear Bai and the other demons had any left. If there was, they would buy more. For this thing, they would not hesitate to go bankrupt. The eyes of the two banshees flickered with a frightening fire. An hour later, more than 20 banshees had rushed over after hearing the news. Every one of them was staring at White Bear Bai with fire in their eyes. If not for the fact that there was a rule that forbade robbery, White Bear Bai and his brothers would have long been smashed to pieces, dying in the hands of these crazy banshees. When White Bear Bai took out another 10 bottles of amethyst queen bee's honey, the banshees that were about to go crazy immediately went crazy. They even said, 20,000 per bottle of amethyst queen bee's honey is obviously a free gift. This is absolutely not allowed. How can such a fantastic item be sold at such a low price? This kind of good stuff, even if it is not auctioned, it should be at least 100,000 per bottle. Yes, you did not hear wrongly. The seller had taken the initiative to raise the price. Furthermore, none of the sellers had objected to it. Instead, they had collectively agreed to it. It was truly an eye-opening spectacle. This situation continued all the way until the fourth batch. Not only did the number of banshees not decrease, it had instead increased by several times. Those that had been bought previously had not left, and there were even more new arrivals. No one would complain about having too much of such a fantastic item. At this time, a group of people slowly approached from afar. The city lord's wife is here. Chapter 1249. Someone seemed to have called out, but the banshees did not seem to hear it, continuing to snatch the bottle in a frenzy. Mine, I was here first. I've already paid for it. Pfft, who didn't pay? This bottle is mine. Under the powerful temptation of eternal youth, even if the demon emperor and empress were here, these crazy banshees would turn a deaf ear to them, much less a mere castellan's wife. Seeing that they were being ignored, the castellan's wife panicked as well. Her group of demons were not young or old. Including her mistress and second mistress, there were 30 to 40 concubines. They were already short on resources. They had wanted to take advantage of their status, but the current situation was doomed to fail. The castellan's wife and her group of demons were afraid that they would not be able to get their hands on the bottle, so they charged forward with a loud bang. However, whether it was a coincidence or not, the last bottle had been snatched away by the banshees. At least for now, the castellan's wife and her group of demons were destined to return in disappointment. Facing the fiery gazes of the castellan's wives, White Bear Bai stammered, "Gone, gone, really, gone." He was not stuttering, he was terrified. Anyone would shudder under the gazes of these women who looked like they wanted to pull out their tendons and skin them alive. How could White Bear Bai be an exception? Gone? You've always had some, why are you gone now that we're here? Are you looking down on me? The castellan's wife's gaze was as sharp as a knife, her words piercing through his heart. That kind of extreme disappointment after the extreme surprise almost drove her crazy. Thanks to the crane's slender neck, she was already flushed red. One of her hands touched the hilt of the sword at her waist, seemingly unintentionally. If there's really nothing left, I'll chop you up. White Bear Bai's face was as white as a sheet. At this moment, his face was the same color as his fur. This time, it's really, really gone. White Bear Bai did not want to die. In his panic, he blurted out, "This was originally my master's, it's not mine. He only gave me this much, where's your master?" My master is, a moment later. Yun Yang's room was filled with demons all over the place. Banshees. Yun Yang was not offended and remained calm. The Fox clan elder's face that he had morphed into was filled with an amiable smile. Mistress, please do not be impatient. The city lord's wife said angrily, your disciple said that the amethyst queen bee honey is gone. How can I stay calm? Since I've come to Sky Crown City, why would I do such a stupid thing to offend the city lord's wife? Yun Yang smiled faintly. Those from before. Although it is the genuine amethyst queen bee honey, the quantity is limited, and it is only enough to satisfy our daily needs. As for Madam's portion, I have already prepared it. It will definitely satisfy Madam. The city lord's wife's eyes lit up. Oh. Yun Yang chuckled and said, come to think of it, this old man was the one who planned this first. I have something to ask of you, but my demon knows my own situation and I really can't meet you. Unable to come up with a solution, I'm left with no choice but to resort to this. The city lord's wife was also an expert of the Crane clan. A glint flashed across her eyes when she heard Yun Yang's words. She said, this. Brother Z of the Fox clan, please speak your mind. A concubine beside her asked, may I ask Brother Z, how much amethyst queen bee honey do you have left? Once the question was asked, all the women in the residence of the city lord's breathing quickened. No one was an exception. If it was only given to the mistress and not to us, it would be a great loss. The mistress would then enjoy all the glory and favor, and there would be no more for us. How could Yun Yang not understand this? He said leisurely, of course I still have, before his voice trailed off, with a wave of his hand, rows of small jade bottles appeared on the table. Yun Yang continued, I still have 500 bottles here. I believe it should be enough for all of you ladies. However, no one bothered with him now. All the ladies, including the city lord's wife, stared straight at the neat rows of small bottles on the table. Their eyes glowed brightly, like arrows and swords, unblinkingly. A thin Crane clan expert stepped forward and opened a few bottles to check. He nodded slightly and said, that's right, they're really the highest grade of amethyst honey. It's not an exaggeration to call them queen bee honey. Amethyst honey was already a rare item that had a price but no supply. The amethyst queen bee honey that Yun Yang had taken out this time was a high-grade item that had never been seen before. However, be it the smell or the feel, it was a few times better than ordinary amethyst honey. It was obvious that it was not fake at all. After receiving the confirmation, the demonesses became even more frenzied. Oh my God! Legend had it that amethyst honey could already preserve one's youth. Then, would the amethyst queen bee honey, which was even more exquisite, be even better? Such an exquisite item must not be missed. Once it was missed, one would regret it for the rest of their lives. Only the city lord's wife was still trying her best to maintain her elegance and calmness. However, her hands that had already turned white from clenching her fists and her face that was flushed with excitement had already betrayed her. She tried her best to be reserved as she said, I wonder, what request does Sir have? You can tell me. The meaning was clear, with this amethyst queen bee honey, I will do anything for you. Yun Yang smiled. It's not a big deal. Firstly, this old man is getting on in years and feels that there's no hope for a breakthrough. I want to obtain a longevity pill, the city lord's wife interrupted, that's not a problem. A trivial longevity extending pill was worth at most 100,000 Saint Origin coins. It might be difficult for others to obtain one, but for someone with the status of the city lord's wife, a single word from her was not even worth mentioning. Cough cough, it's second, but it's also the thing that worries me the most for the rest of my life. I would like to request an audience with the city lord. I need your help with that matter. I don't know what you're looking for. Why don't you tell me? Or perhaps there's no need to trouble the city lord. Yun Yang wore a troubled expression as he turned to look at the crowd. The city lord's wife understood. You may leave. The demons retreated from the room. It's really, this old man's cultivation has regressed instead of improving because of my chronic illness all these years. Although I've tried everything I can think of, the results are minimal. The amethyst honey that I obtained by a narrow escape from death was also my cure, but it's a pity that this divine item is still useless. However, a few years ago, I came across a secret manual by chance. There's a method in it that can solve my chronic illness. It's to use some human cultivators as cultivation vessels and extract their bloodline and cultivation essence. In short, it's to use the Bound of Universe's cultivation method as a reference to break through the inherent bottleneck, allowing one's body to be reborn and climb to new heights. However, this old man is getting on in years now. I can't go to the Bound of Universe to plunder people. Remember the mobile version of the website, Chapter 360, a favor, page 1/1, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1250. Yun Yang's voice was full of emotion. I've thought about it, and to complete this arcane skill, I can only rely on external forces to enter the Bound of Universe. The risk is immense, and it's impossible if there's no great reward. Fortunately, the amethyst queen bee honey in my hands is still useful. It's not in vain that I risked my life to charge into the Amethyst Valley alone, to steal the amethyst honey. I've also heard that Lord Crane King is upright and courageous, and that you're righteous and righteous. He found it difficult to speak. Madam, this matter, the castellan's wife frowned. This matter was indeed of great importance, and the risk was immense. She was not sure if she could make the decision. Sir's request is not unreasonable. The amethyst honey is already a priceless item, and the amethyst queen bee honey is even more valuable. The human race is our race's nemesis, so we can deal with it however we want. The only thing to consider is the origin of the human cultivators. Even I don't know if Sir has any human martial artists with you, nor do I know if he's willing to help you. Yun Yang sighed and said, this is this old man's only chance to live. Yun Yang's words were faint, but the meaning behind them was clear to everyone. It was not a big deal unless he died. He was able to obtain the amethyst queen bee honey that others could not because he had a request. If he was not given a chance to live, why would he give the honey to him? Whether it was using force, emotion, or reason, it was useless in front of someone who did not have much time left in his life. The castellan's wife turned to look at the rows of sparkling amethyst honey. She bit her lip and said, Sir, I can promise to give Sir a longevity pill. I hope you can buy Sir's amethyst honey at 20,000 per bottle, no, 50,000 per bottle. How about that? Yun Yang said with a frown, nothing much. The amethyst queen bee honey I have with me is all that's left of me. I don't plan to sell it anymore. This is related to my survival. How can I sell it just like that? But you had so much before, didn't you sell them all? Sir, are you looking down on me by favoring one and discriminating against the other? It's precisely because the Grand Madam has taken notice of me, that's why I resorted to such underhanded tricks. The Madam is not an ordinary demon, and it's not easy to see her. If I want to see the Madam, I naturally have to resort to extreme measures. If the Madam doesn't come, I will continue to sell. Yun Yang sighed, now that I've seen Madam, I won't even sell a single bottle. The mayor's wife's almond-shaped eyes widened. You. Actually, the amethyst honey's claim of eternal youth is just a legend. It might not have such an effect. Yun Yang replied calmly, perhaps it's just a big lie that's been passed down. Why don't you wait for a few days, my lady? Let's see if there are any practical effects on the demonesses who have consumed the amethyst queen bee's honey. It's not too late then. I won't sell any of these bottles anymore. I'll keep them for you, madam. Is that okay? Yunyang smiled and kept all the amethyst honey with a wave of his hand. In an instant, the table was completely clean. There was not a single bottle left. You! How dare you! The city lord's wife flew into a rage. Her face was filled with anger, and her killing intent was revealed. This old man doesn't have long to live. I've become indifferent to the suppression of martial arts in this world. Yunyang said indifferently, Madam, please calm down. If Madam is really troubled, this old man probably won't have the next chance to act presumptuously. Since there are no demons to help me, why should I help them? Forgive me, forgive me. The city lord's wife was trembling with anger, but she could not do anything to the other party at the moment. The other party had already made his stance clear. I guess I won't be able to live much longer. If you're not willing to help, then you really won't be able to live much longer. The rest is up to you. Let's go. The city lord's wife's eyes glinted fiercely as she left with a flick of her sleeves. Then, sighs and curses could be heard coming from outside. What is this? Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Humph. Yunyang watched the city lord's wife leave, his eyes flickering. It looked like this deal was probably off. Would the other party snatch it from him? Master, don't panic. I have my own plans. Tonight, no matter what happens, don't show yourselves. All of you, sleep well. If you make any rash moves, you'll die in vain. Yes, this disciple understands. Before nightfall, spread the news that the city lord's wife left in a rage because she didn't manage to buy the amethyst honey. Try to spread it to all the demons. Yes, this disciple understands. I'll go now. White Bear and the other bears were not really fools. How could they not see the situation clearly? The amethyst queen bee honey in their master's hands was something the city lord's wife had to obtain, but the city lord's wife could not give the conditions their master had requested. There would definitely be some twists and turns in the future. Their master's cultivation base was profound and he did not have much time left to live, so there was no need for him to be cautious. His actions were aimed at saving his brothers' lives. The more demons knew about this, the safer they and the other bears would be. Yunyang, on the other hand, cursed inwardly, what's wrong with these bears' brains? They think too much. Humans and demons walk different paths, it's a matter of perspective. Although this young master has taken you in because of the circumstances, it's only for expediency. I've never truly treated you as my disciples. Who would consider so much for you? That night. Wave after wave of nightwalkers arrived as scheduled, appearing in the inn one after another. Wave after wave of tyrannical divine senses surged back and forth in the inn. A high-level fox cultivator around the 4th grade of Saint Emperor. This was the target. He looks like an old man with a slightly hunched back appearance. The amethyst queen bee honey on the target's body is extremely important. It must not be destroyed. Not even a bottle is allowed. Countless great demons flew around and almost dug up the entire inn. They even checked the bottom of every bed carefully, but they didn't find anything. As for the amethyst queen bee honey, the absolute target, it was nowhere to be found. Only the snores of the bears in White Bear's room were earth-shattering, and the entire inn was shaking along with their snores. Where did it go? Where's the fox tribe? What's going on? Come, let me tell you. On a certain rooftop, a group of Saint Emperor and Saint Venerable demons were in a state of confusion in the night. They had actually mobilized such a large force just to steal a few bottles of honey. At the same time, a massive manhunt was launched in the city. Their targets were the demonesses who had already bought the amethyst honey. It was a pity that White Bear had spread the news well. All the demonesses had received the news and understood that they had bought the honey, but the mayor's wife had not. Their superior was angry, so naturally, they were all on tenterhooks, living in fear. Some drank it in one gulp and then found a place to hide. Some even disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they went. There were also some who were more powerful. They had a Saint Venerable level demon lover by their side, so they were not afraid of a direct confrontation. Chapter 1251. As such, the city lord's wife busied herself for an entire night, but did not even manage to obtain a single bottle of purple crystal honey. She smashed the flower vase in the city lord's manor, furious. Search. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find that old fox for me. They searched for 3 days straight. But this Fox clan expert seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Not even a trace of him could be found. This was strange. He was furious. Everyone else could maintain their looks forever, but we are the oldest in this city, yet we can't. In the end, the city lord could not stand his wife's crying and throwing a tantrum. He personally moved out and sealed off the entire area under his control, but it was to no avail. The only piece of good news that could be confirmed was that this Fox clan expert had not left the city. He was still in the city. The reason why he came to this conclusion was that every morning or noon, he could still be seen roaming around the city, eating or taking a stroll. But as soon as the demon clan experts who were searching for him rushed over, he would disappear again without a trace. Violet? The city lord was confused. When did a high-level expert called Violet appear in the Fox clan? Why haven't I heard of him before? If he really is only a 4th-grade Saint Emperor, how could he have such a high level of concealment ability? This was obviously impossible. Then the other party's true strength must be considerable. And this also seemed to prove what he had said earlier. Because of the incident in the past, he had been heavily injured, his strength had been greatly reduced, and he did not have much lifespan left. But this kind of person was the hardest to deal with. On the 4th day, White Bear and the other 6 brothers were captured and brought into the city lord's manor. There was only a note left in the inn: if you don't appear, I will kill your 7 disciples. That night, following a series of shattering sounds, the city lord's manor's entrance was suddenly filled with a fragrance. 7 bottles of purple crystal queen bee honey had been smashed at the entrance. The rich and elegant fragrance filled the air for tens of miles. Almost half the city was filled with this intoxicating fragrance. Apparently, Lord Violet wouldn't be threatened in the slightest. You've captured 7 of my disciples to threaten me? I'll vent my anger by smashing my honey. Let's see who feels the pinch. If you catch 7, I'll smash 7 bottles. The city lord's wife's face was pale with heartache, but she still held on and did not give in. Until the next night. Although the city lord's mansion was heavily guarded, in a corner outside the walls of the city lord's mansion, there was still a series of sounds that sounded like hailstones falling. The banging sounds were incessant. The same sweet and fragrant scent once again permeated the entire city. This time, a total of 14 bottles of purple crystal honey were smashed here. Naturally, the effects were many times stronger than before. On the 3rd day, there was almost no movement for the entire night. Just when the city lord's mansion was about to heave a sigh of relief, at the moment when dawn was about to break, the familiar banging sounds rang out one after another. This time, it was even more outrageous. He smashed 21 bottles in one go. The city lord's wife's entire body began to tremble. Half of it was because she was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. The other half was because her heart ached, and the pain was so painful that it pierced through her heart. The meaning of this Fox clan member named Violet was very clear: you've caught 7 of my disciples. You want to force me to give in? That's impossible. For every day that you don't release the demon, I'll smash 7 bottles. 2 days, 14 bottles, 3 days, 21 bottles, and so on. As long as you don't release them, I'll keep smashing them. I don't believe that he'll be willing to smash them all. That's his life-saving straw. I won't release them. On the fourth day, the sound of 28 bottles of purple crystal honey smashing could be heard. On the fifth day, 35 bottles were smashed. On the sixth day, 42 bottles. On the seventh day, there were indeed no 49 bottles smashed. Instead, they rounded it up and smashed 50 bottles consecutively. In this way, they had already smashed 197 bottles of purple crystal queen bee honey. The city lord's wife could no longer sit still. It seemed like there were only 500 bottles that day. If they continued like this, wouldn't more than half of their stock be smashed by tomorrow? The day after tomorrow, the day after that, at most 3 to 5 days later, not a single bottle would be left. What I want is the purple crystal queen bee honey, not a lose-lose situation. Can't other people get their hands on purple crystal honey? The city lord's wife flew into a rage at the other extreme. The experts in the residence all smiled bitterly. Purple crystal honey was a top-grade item that had a price but no supply. It had already meant that it was not easy to obtain. If it was so easy to obtain, wouldn't it have been worthless a long time ago? Because of the environment in which the purple crystal bees lived, they were far more ferocious than other bee species. Every purple crystal bee was an existence that was almost indestructible. To be able to form a large swarm of purple crystal bees, at least hundreds of thousands of purple crystal bees had to be gathered together. Furthermore, the purple crystal queen bee honey that was a grade higher than ordinary purple crystal honey. Its value was at least 10 times that of ordinary purple crystal honey. The stinger of the purple crystal bees was incomparably sharp. It could almost ignore all defenses and any protective demonic aura. As long as they got close, even a Saint Venerable expert would be injured with just one stinger. Even the white bear race, which was famous for their rough skin and thick flesh, would not be able to escape. And once you were injured, congratulations, you would also be surrounded by the strangest and most special purple crystal bee venom. Ordinary bee venom could be dissolved by the honey of this bee species, but the purple crystal bee venom was very special. Although it would not kill you, it would always haunt you. At the very least, it would require 100 years of cultivation to be able to completely dissolve the bee venom. Therefore, even if it was a high-level Saint Venerable, it would not be easy for them to escape from the place where the amethyst bees gathered. Occasionally obtaining a bit of honey was even greater luck. Then why was the market price of such a rare purple crystal honey limited to being priceless, but not very high? This stemmed from the effects of the honey. The so-called eternal youth was only a legend. The effects had not been shown in front of people. The other effects were to nourish the meridians and repair the yuan body. The effects were indeed very strong, but there were many people who had the same type of heavenly treasure. Furthermore, it was much easier to collect them than the purple crystal honey. It was precisely because of this that although the purple crystal honey was rare, it was only rare. The market price was not high. In reality, even now, no one could understand how a mere Saint Emperor Fox clan could obtain so much purple crystal honey. And it was not even ordinary purple crystal honey, but purple crystal queen bee honey. What should we do? The city lord's wife was like an ant on a hot pan. Do we really have to give in to this hateful fox? On the other side, the city lord twisted his long neck and sighed speechlessly. Just for a few bottles of honey with unknown effects, the rules that he had set up with his own hands had been completely destroyed. This woman really made people speechless. What exactly does he want? The city lord asked speechlessly. What he wants is. The city lord's wife looked at her husband timidly. Hearing this, the city lord could not help but let out a long sigh. This matter was really difficult to handle. Chapter 1252. However, when he saw so many women staring at him in his backyard, the city lord was filled with anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. During this period of time, he was not the only one suffering from his wife's pillow talk. The entire backyard had been turned upside down because of the purple crystal honey. All the wives, concubines, and even his beloved maids and goddaughters, were all teary-eyed the moment they saw him. That purple crystal honey. Eternal youth, all of them stared at him, their eyes full of anticipation. The city lord felt as if he had committed a crime by not being able to get the honey. He kept lamenting about how he could not live on. I can't push him anymore. If I push him any further, he'll really fall to the ground. These were the words he heard the most these few days. You can't let Madame's temper do as she pleases. This is too important. Eternal youth, how could the city lord not have a headache? Eternal youth. Eternal youth. Could it be that all of you have been brainwashed by these 4 words? Agree to it. The city lord waved his sleeves angrily. Let those stupid bears out. Tell them that I personally spoke to Violet. Yes. Madame's eyes shone with a dazzling brilliance. She beamed with joy. My husband is the best. Really the best. The city lord covered his forehead and sighed. Damn it. If you don't agree, that Violet and the 7 bears will be fine, but I will be driven crazy by you all, damn it. The moment the white bears walked out of the city lord's prison, they felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. They had thought that it was over for them this time. There was no possibility of them walking out of the city lord's prison alive. What kind of demon was the city lord of Tianguan City? Even if he was not a hero, he was still one of the few great demons in the demon world. He had a high status and his cultivation was unimaginably high. Going against him head-on was no different from courting death. 3 simple words, they were dead meat. Unexpectedly, the bears, who had given up hope, not only did they not die after coming in, they did not even suffer much. They only stayed in the prison for a few days before being released. This was simply a dream. He wouldn't dare to do this even in his dreams. On the way back, the 7 bears felt like they were in a dream. They returned to the inn in a daze. They still felt weak all over, as if something was wrong. Inform Master. Master is not in the inn right now. That's right, where did Master go? After experiencing this unforeseen event, the mentality of all the bears changed once more. If it was said that they had suddenly encountered an expert before and didn't lack the thought of hugging his thigh, then right now, this thigh was too thick, and they couldn't hug it at all. They really didn't know if they should continue hugging it or let go. However, Yunyang had appeared less than 2 hours after they had returned. You've suffered. If you have any questions about martial arts, you can ask me. There might not be such an opportunity in the future. I have some insights, let me share them with you. White Bear, White 7 Bear, was not bad. At least, during the few days that he was imprisoned, he did not say a word about his teacher. Yunyang felt that even if they were demons, their perseverance was worthy of his respect. Yunyang appeared in the city again that night. This time, he was having a meal in a small inn. Perhaps it was coincidence or misfortune, he bumped into someone from the residence of the Castellan. Violet of the Fox clan? Yes, this old man. You've actually shown yourself? This old man knows that he's not guilty. Why wouldn't I dare to show myself? Even if I have precious treasures, I have the ability to protect myself. Why wouldn't I dare to show myself? Lord Castellan wishes to see you. Lord Castellan wishes to summon me, of course I dare not disobey. However, I don't know what it is that this old man is aware of, so that we don't lose our manners when we meet. Lord Castellan wishes to talk to you face to face about your conditions the other day. Hearing this, the inn burst into an uproar. Of course, Yunyang was well aware of everything. The reason why he had to ask again in public was to confirm the matter further. This place was Crane King's hometown after all. Going back on his word in his own place, no matter how he made up for it, would still damage his family's reputation. Although the effect of this check and balance was subtle and might not be very effective, it was still good to have another hand. The residence of Castellan. In the parlor. There were only two people, facing each other from a distance. Crane King, Yun Yang. The tall and lanky Crane King sat on the throne, looking down at the old fox of the Fox clan in front of him. His scarlet eyes flashed with the anger that had been suppressed for a long time. This meeting was obviously one of coercion and the other of being coerced. The Crane King, who was used to being in a superior position and looking down on his subordinates, had not tasted the feeling of being coerced in a long time. But now, he had no choice but to do so. He was forced to submit. He had really been tricked by this old fox. As the king of a clan, how could he not be enraged when he was tricked by a lowly person? Are you that Violet or something? Crane King was a little emotional. Yes, this old man. Greetings, Your Highness Crane King. Long live Your Highness. Be it your cultivation base or intelligence, you're extraordinary. Why is it that this is the first time I've heard of your name? It's already a sin to insult the ears of a villager. If I were to investigate further, it'll only be an insult to the ancestors. Why bother asking? Violet, it's just a fake name, a smokescreen. Who are you? Crane King hollered. Yun Yang remained calm. Whether it's a real name or a fake one, it's just a codename in the end. This old and useless one is here today to discuss business with Your Highness, Crane King. What does it have to do with a codename? Your Highness's questioning is a little biased and neglecting the main point. Crane King leaned forward, a sharp aura pressing down on Yun Yang. Oh. Yun Yang took 2 steps back, a hint of paleness on his face. Your Highness Crane King, are you going to use force? A cruel smile hung on the corners of Crane King's lips. How about it? Do you think I dare or can't do it? Yun Yang took another 2 steps back and smiled faintly. This is not about Your Highness's courage. This old man has been fighting in his early years and is full of old wounds. My life is almost at its limit, and my time is only 3 to 5 years from now. I wonder if Your Highness Crane King can accept this. This old man has long accepted many things. Crane King narrowed his eyes. Oh. Your Highness is furious at this old man's previous actions. How could this old man not know this? However, entering the residence of Crane King this time, I've already prepared for the worst. Either I die here, ending all my troubles, or I receive Your Highness Crane King's help to prolong my life. Whether it's the former or the latter, I'll have to leave it to fate, because this old man has done his best in demonic matters. If the Crane King has the intention to snatch it by force, I, the old fox, will definitely die here today. However, I will no longer be able to obtain your wife's amethyst queen bee honey. The old fox still has this bit of confidence. Yun Yang narrowed his eyes as well, not giving in. I can also guarantee that within the next 2,000 years, there will never be amethyst honey of this quality in the entire demon plane. Crane King's gaze grew dangerous. Are you threatening me? Do you think threatening me is the same as threatening those demonesses? Do you think that this king also cares about the so-called eternal youth? Threaten? Since Crane King thinks this is a threat, then just treat it as me threatening Your Highness. This is my last hope. Whether Your Highness Crane King cares or not, or whether you interpret it in any other way, it's none of my business. Crane King snorted coldly, calculating in his heart. He did not speak for a long time, and neither did Yun Yang. The situation seemed to have frozen. Whether you agree or not, it depends on your consideration. If you're willing to live in a restless house for the rest of your life and be constantly blamed, there's no harm in trying. I'm going to die anyway, why should I care about you? Chapter 1253. However, looking at His Highness Crane King, he really did not have the manly air of a man who could keep his word even in the backyard. All right, your threat has succeeded, but I don't have the human cultivators that you want. You can give me a compromise. As long as it's not too much, I'll agree to it. As for the longevity pills, I can find a way to get you 5 of them. With your cultivation, with 5 longevity pills, you should be able to extend your lifespan by another 30 years. Crane King said after some consideration. Yunyang nodded and stood up to salute with his hands cupped together. If so, I shall take my leave. He stood up to leave. Crane King was dumbfounded. F***ck, I've already lowered myself to this extent, but I didn't say anything definite. Do you have to be so straightforward? Behind the screen. A few female demons hidden behind the screen had their eyes wide and held their breaths, their eyes filled with reluctance and anxiety. Wait. Crane King spoke. Do you have any other instructions, Your Highness? I really don't have much time, I can't afford to waste it. Yunyang looked like he was saying, don't call me if you don't have any human cultivators. The Crane King took 2 deep breaths and finally said in a low voice, you want the human cultivators to practice the mystic arts. This is a very important matter. Although I have what you need here, it is not mine. I am just a guard, and I am incapable of handling this matter. This matter is not as easy as you think, his voice was low. I'm telling you clearly, I can help you with what you want, but I'll have to take a huge risk. This risk is either offending the Crane King or the Demon Emperor. Once anything goes wrong, I'm afraid I won't even be able to protect myself. A few bottles of amethyst honey are far from enough. I've already said this, it's my sincerity. Don't force me to go to the extreme. Yunyang was taken aback. He thought for a moment and said, to be honest, Crane King, I vaguely know that Crane King has some human cultivators in your hands through certain channels. That's why I came up with the idea of making this trip. The human race and my race are enemies, so it's not too much for us to manipulate them. Therefore, it shouldn't be too difficult for Crane King. However, from what Crane King has said just now, it seems that you have some ulterior motives. This old man has been presumptuous. However, this old man really needs human practitioners to prolong his life, and the only thing I can offer is the purple crystal honey. Although the purple crystal queen bee honey I gave to your wife is of the highest quality, I still have 2 bottles of purple crystal queen bee honey that I have in my private collection. I used it to prolong my life. I can give 1 bottle to Crane King as a reward for his help. He said softly, my amethyst queen bee honey is extraordinarily potent. Just a sip and you'll be able to maintain your youth forever. It can also heal injuries to your spirit and make up for the damage to your origin. In fact, if you drink it at a critical moment, you can use its medicinal power to break through the barrier of your cultivation base. I believe Your Highness Crane King knows about this. Crane King's eyes shone, but he asked suspiciously, since you have such an invaluable treasure, why do you need to seek further? Just use the amethyst queen bee honey to break through the barrier? Isn't this a waste of effort? Yunyang chuckled dryly. Your Highness Crane King is at the pinnacle of this world. Why ask when you already know the answer? During the process of breakthrough, the danger is secondary. Just the burning of my life force alone is enough to make it difficult for me to survive. With the few years of life I have left, how can I bear to burn it? I'm afraid I'll burn myself to death before I can break through the barrier. The old fox needs at least 300 years of lifespan to be able to withstand the combustion of this breakthrough. This is also the biggest reason why most cultivators will find a place to wait for death when they reach the limit of their lifespan of 300 years. I've thought of countless arcane arts, but only this art of stripping the target's bloodline and soul to nourish myself can allow me to increase my life force in a short period of time, allowing me to have some form of success when I break through the barrier later." Just as Yunyang finished speaking, he chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook his head, not saying another word. Crane King nodded slowly, but his expression grew increasingly solemn as he pondered. Violet's words were sincere, they should be from the bottom of his heart. More importantly, if it was the amethyst queen bee honey of a higher level, it would be worth it for him to make an exchange. Actually, the old fox was already biased in the current situation. If he had insisted on using the honey, Crane King would have agreed to it in the end. After all his women had gone crazy for the honey, and he was actually the one at a disadvantage. However, he had not expected this fellow to reveal his final trump card, the amethyst queen bee honey, in fear of failure. Although this was already a pleasant surprise, it would be even better if he could earn more from it. Based on this thought, the Crane King rolled his eyes and said, "You've said before that apart from you, no one else will be able to make the purple crystal honey appear in the world in 1,000 years. In that case, 1 bottle of royal honey is not enough. I need at least 5 bottles of royal honey. Otherwise, I suggest you find another way." Yunyang stood up and left. "I only have 2 bottles here, or rather, less than 2 bottles. I've already taken 2 sips of the second bottle. I've already hung on by the skin of my teeth twice." "Your Highness Crane King doesn't even have a drop more, let alone 5 bottles. Even with these 2 bottles, I can only give you 1 bottle. It's impossible to have more." Crane King chuckled and said, "2 bottles it is then. I don't care if it's 2 whole bottles." Yunyang's wrinkled old fox head shook. "No, no. If I give it all to you, even if I achieve my wish as a human cultivator, I won't be able to continue living without the amethyst queen bee honey that can save my life. King Crane's asking for an exorbitant price is too ruthless." Crane King sneered. "Do you think you still have room to negotiate? I insist, what are you going to do about it?" Yunyang thought for a while and said resolutely, 1.5 bottles at most. I must keep half a bottle. If Crane King is still insistent, I can only take my leave. Or perhaps Crane King plans to go our separate ways and both sides will suffer? Behind the screen, the eyes of the demonesses were already red with rage. Going their separate ways and both sides suffering was something they would never allow to happen. They could not wait to rush out and grab Crane King by his neck to force him to agree. 1 bottle would do. 1 sip and you'll be young forever. That's more than enough. Why won't you agree? What are you hesitating for? You're driving me crazy with anxiety." Crane King could acutely feel the overwhelming resentment coming from behind the screen. He could not help trembling as he pretended to slap the table and stand up. Gritting his teeth, he said, "All right. 1.5 bottles it is then. Deal. If so, please hand over the amethyst queen bee honey and queen bee honey." Crane King said faintly, "I won't go back on my word on what I've promised you. Forgive me, Your Highness Crane King. This old man has roamed the world, and what I don't believe in the most are oaths and promises." Yunyang said neither humbly nor haughtily, "I only believe in heaven's will." "Humph." The Crane King snorted heavily. "This old fox actually wants me to make an oath to heaven's will?" You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.